The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM and hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we are on Love 99.5 FM and over 30 affiliates across Ghana's 16 regions, including Bedring FM, Brunkungu, Clegnam Radio, Bato, Gaskia FM, Techiman, and Radio Wa. Get radio, TV, and online content on the myjoyonline.com interactive app for Android and iOS devices. Coming up, one person dead with several members of President Akufo-Addo's security team injured after the president's convoy was involved in an accident on the Accra-Kumasi highway. Also, investigations underway to unravel circumstances surrounding a Premix fuel explosion in the Western region on Sunday, which resulted in the death of 2 persons and 14 persons injured.
2 persons have been confirmed dead. My information I've gathered from the ground is that 2 people have also been sent to Colorado Teaching Hospital.
In business,
Ghana set to sign debt restructuring agreement with bilateral creditors this week, a move expected to aid the release of $360 million from the IMF next month.
And later, the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, denies any foul play in its decision to sell a 60% stake in its hotels to Rock City Hotel, owned by the Food and Agriculture Minister, Dr. Brian Echampon. So with that, let's settle for the details. My name is Hannah Odame. This is Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible journalism. One person has died and several members of President Akufo-Addo's security team injured after the president's convoy was involved in an accident on the Accra-Kumasi highway. The crash occurred when the convoy was returning from Kumasi after accompanying the president to Kumasi for a series of events over the weekend. The president is unharmed as he traveled back to Accra with a military aircraft. My colleague Maxwell Agbagba has a copy of a statement from the Jubilee House on this matter. He joins me. Maxwell, tell us exactly what the statement says.
It says on Sunday, several vehicles belonging to the president's convoy were involved in a fatal accident along the Bonsu-Achim-Asafo stretch of the Accra-Kumasi highway. The unfortunate incident occurred whilst the convoy was on its way back from Kumasi after accompanying the president to Kumasi for a series of events. Tragically, one of the drivers, Mr. Kwesi Atta, lost his life. Additionally, several close protection and police officers from the president's security detail have sustained varying degrees of injuries and received initial treatment at the Sumu Government Hospital. The injured persons are currently being evacuated to the University of Ghana Medical Center for further treatment and observation. We're told that several vehicles in the convoy have also been completely wrecked as a result of the accident. It concludes by saying its thoughts and prayers are with the family of the deceased and wishes them a speedy recovery.
Thank you very much, Maxwell Agbagba, with the statements from the copy from the Jubilee House. Moving on, investigations are underway to unravel circumstances surrounding a Premix fuel explosion in the Western region on Sunday, which resulted in the death of 2 persons and left 14 persons injured. The fishing community has since been thrown into a state of shock following the incident. Western Regional Correspondent Inathalia Kwansa has more in this report.
2 persons have been confirmed dead. My information I've gathered from the ground is that 2 people have also been sent to Colorado Teaching Hospital. One other person who is in critical condition is also being prepared to be sent to the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. That is the way they transport their Premix fuel to the fishing harbour. And so for this to happen, for the community members, it's a shock to them. From what I have gathered from the ground, apparently there is one woman in the community who is mentally challenged. And so people usually make fun of her. And so yesterday, there were some kids who were making fun of her and she threw a stone. Unfortunately, the stone hit this Premix fuel, which was yet to be conveyed to the harbour to be used by the fisher folk. And so it started dripping. Once it dripped, it went through the community. And this is a community where most of the buildings there are wood. And so a fishmonger who was also monging his fish didn't know what was happening. Unfortunately, this Premix fuel got to where he was, having his fish on fire, and then it just caught fire, and unfortunately we had this incident happening.
You heard from our Western Regional correspondent Nathalia Kwanza there. Moving on, the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, has denied any foul play in its decision to sell a 60% stake in its hotels to Rock City Hotel, owned by the Food and Agriculture Minister, Dr. Brian Champong. This comes after North Tong MP Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa lodged a formal petition with the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, to investigate allegations surrounding the sale of the 6 hotels. Joining me now is Samuel Imbura with details of a statement released by SNIT denying any wrongdoing. Tell us more.
Hannah, SNIT says it is divesting 60% of its stake in 6 hotels. The goal is to increase efficiency, profitability, and long-term sustainability. It insists that international competitive tendering was used for the selection process. A transaction advisor was engaged to guide the process. 9 companies submitted proposals and 6 were shortlisted. Rock City emerged as the best candidate to buy a 60% stake in 4 hotels. The process is still at its final stage, but not yet concluded. SNIT says that it is aware that SHRAJ is conducting an investigation into the sale of its hotels and will cooperate fully with the investigations and assures prudent management of the trust.
Enjoying this, we'll be bringing you updates on this developing story. To other stories, and landing her first job soon after national service gave her some level of reassurance and a promising career. However, the stress and demands of the teaching job began to take a toll on her condition. SNIT decided to confide in the school authorities about her condition. In less than 24 hours, she was fired. SNIT's story highlights the harsh reality many people living with mental illness face. Listen to excerpts of Joy News' latest Hotline documentary titled When the Mind Is Not, produced by Emmanuel Jiveno.
The impact of stigmatizing persons living with mental disorders can be significant and far-reaching.
First time I was stigmatized, I was fired from my job. This was my first job after national service. I was teaching at a school and I was really under a lot of stress. So I wasn't getting enough sleep. I was commuting to work every day. It was also a very toxic and stressful environment to be working in. I cried, I was hurt. It's because I didn't understand why all the other teachers were going through the same level of stress and pressure, but I was breaking down. Less than 24 hours, she told all the members of management. I was called for a meeting and I was told that was my last day of work at the school and I was fired.
You'll hear more from When the Mind Is Not, produced by Emmanuel Jivenu on the Super Morning Show today at 8:30. And it also airs at 8:30 p.m. on the Joy News channel, so do make a date. Now, government has justified the proposed tax on big technology firms like Google, YouTube, and Facebook on revenues earned from the country. Government's justification is coming on the back of criticism that a move will result in such firms abandoning the country. Some financial analysts have maintained these taxes may not be realized anytime soon, looking at the pushback at the global level. Let's hear from Minister for Communication and Digitalization, Esla Owusu Ekufu.
How many of you make pure voice calls? Almost all of you are using data to make your calls. So and even international calls as well. So the revenue that we're getting from the international gateway is declining. And so how does government also make up for these declining revenue sources? We have to look at new ways of getting some of the profits that are being made in this sector. And none of them contributes to actually building the networks on which they deliver their services to the end consumer. Is that situation going to be allowed to continue? No.
There's always a fear that some of these fiscal approach, if it's not handled well, these are multinationals. They could move elsewhere.
They're never going to leave Africa. Neither Facebook, nor Google, nor YouTube, nor WhatsApp, nor Instagram, because a significant amount of people who use their services are on this continent, and it is growing. That's why I'm saying that we shouldn't have the conversation as individual countries, so that they will threaten to pull out of a country because that country has imposed some charges or levies on them.
Meanwhile, the Ghana Revenue Authority has already started engaging these entities on the proposed tax on their revenue earned from Ghana. And with that, we end the news at 6 with me, Hannah Odame. The Super Morning Show continues. But you can log on to myjoyonline.com. You find all these stories and more there. Have a great morning.
You know, Papa, see that? And it's Rickety car. Hey, Papa! Bobo, so how's your engine now? It is half man, half amazing. Thanks to Quartz and you can feel better energy. Can't touch this. Actually, guys, so Sancho's engine just died like that. Yes, so somebody managed to convince him that there is a better engine oil than Quartz, and he switched. Sancho Panzapa. Now, which engine oil can be better than Quartz? No other, my guy. Quartz with its age-resistant technology, it keeps your engine younger for longer. Now you know. Have you guys seen the new bottle design? It's superb. Quartz 9000 from Total Energies there improves fuel efficiency. Why do you think Mr. Mane and Logoso have taken the Quartz Nation movement World Cup like that? Mr. Mane, sorry. Chairman Omani. Chairman. Hey, Quartz. Keep your engine younger for longer.
They say a butterfly flapping its wings in Accra can cause a tsunami in Bangkok. So what if your factory in Insawam could shake up the stock market in Hong Kong? What if your business in Elmina could affect fish production in Norway? What if your refinery in Tema could affect the price of petrol in Moscow? Well, now it can because you have access. Access to the bank with the largest number of customers in Africa.
Aquaba.
Access to our global branch network.
Bonjour.
Good morning.
Our robust asset base and an unparalleled digital infrastructure. So go ahead and flap your wings wherever you are, because with us, you have access to an entire world of possibilities. Access more than banking.
No matter your water needs, Syntex has it all. Syntex Tank was first to introduce double layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Syntex Tank was first to introduce white inner layer tanks in Ghana, and now introduces the customer specs order, which will let you order any color and size you want. Syntex Tanks gives you the biggest warranty of 7 years, which no other tank gives you. So whatever your water consumption, size of project, or demand, choose Syntex Tank. Syntex Tank, stress-free. Syntex Tank, reliable. Syntex Tank, maximum guarantee. Call 0244 335 168, Kumasi 0505 555 666, or visit syntexgh.com. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
You worked hard for your money, and DSTV gives you a whole lot more for a lot less than you think. Instead of one takeout dinner, how about treating the family to a whole month of the best entertainment with DSTV? From thrilling sports, blockbusters, captivating series, to entertaining kid shows, we have it all.
Totally awesome!
And with DSTV Stream, you can watch on the go.
I'm here!
Plus, you can choose a package to suit your pocket. There's a whole lot more to enjoy for a lot less than you think with DSTV.
Ebusiafo, welcome. I want to greet Uncle James in Germany. Since I was a child, you have promised me a trip abroad, sir. To date, my passport is still a virgin po. And then to you, baby, for that bombastic broken heart. Hey! I want you to know that latest by June, dear, I would have won big in the Ideal Yonkopa promo.
Win up to 600,000 Ghana cedis in cash and other amazing prizes up for grabs with Ideal Yonkopa promo. Just peel, text, and you could win big. This advert is FDA approved.
Hello, Auntie Araba. Hey, Bugger, how are you doing today? I want to buy Pepsodent Cavity Fighter, but I don't have enough money. So what are you going to do? Can you give me the big size? You know, as for me, I'll pay the balance later.
Today, no credit. I haven't sold much this morning. If you don't have enough money for the big size, why don't you try the 120-gram pack?
There's a 120-gram pack? Introducing the new Pepsodent Cavity Fighter in 120-gram pack size. More affordable and convenient. Get yours today from any supermarket near you. Every smile matters. This advert is FDA approved.
Hello?
Yo, bro! SG Ghana has done it again. Low interest rates on loans this year too. Yatisubium.
Charlie, I did throw inside. Let me call you back.
Call SG Ghana rather. Collect loan and buy car, my guy. Low, very low interest rates on loans this year too. It's difficult to keep good news to yourself, especially when it can transform your life and those close to you. SG Ghana went low on interest rates last year, and this year we are even lower. Yes, Yatisubium. Get the money you need to turn your dreams into a reality. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you and speak to our dedicated staff about the amazing Yatisubium loans today. You can also call 0302-214-314 for more details.
Ocho, it's 3 a.m. What now?
Yatisubium. Okay, bye. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Waffle biscuit.
Hey, morning, Kojo. How are you doing?
Charlie, it's a rough morning, but we're getting through it. We're soldiering on.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
And today's conversation is one that I deeply care about. Mental health. Look, you can't escape it. As a country, we just don't pay enough attention to it. There was an announcement that it was going to be free on the NHIS to get mental health care from this year. They announced it in the budget, but I don't know how that has been operationalized, whether indeed you can walk into a mental health facility today and get free health care with your NHI card. I don't know.
I don't think I've heard anything since that was announced either.
So today we're going to... And you see, the problem is it's not even about getting free healthcare. What is the quality of that healthcare? Listen to this.
About half of healthcare professionals in the country said they are not familiar with maternal mental health issues. And that is a big gap. Yes. Okay, so there's a gap in our own knowledge, skills, and ability as providers.
See, because we've neglected mental health for so long, we haven't trained people.
We've never taken it serious.
Yes, and some of the most basic mental health issues, postpartum depression, I mean, that is so common. Right? And women go through this thing just as a result of having a child, bringing a child into this world.
My sister-in-law did, and I don't think she got any professional help. It was just a family trying to get her out of it.
Because half of those working in the professional healthcare sector don't even know about it. They don't even know about it. Charlie, it's some way. We don't build a nation like this. But today we're going to tackle it and try and understand the reality of this for several Ghanaians who have had to go without mental health care at their most vulnerable time in life. Also, lots of talk about SNIT selling some hotels, 60% share of about 4 hotels, to a company owned by the Agric Minister.
Hey.
Yeah. But okay, can I say this? I'm going to sound controversial. Why is anyone complaining? Have we not normalized this? Did John Mahama's brother not get contracts from the government? Did Kenufuriata, finance minister, not get contracts from the government? And did was anything done about these? So why have we suddenly woke up? I think it was Mr. Okujeto Ablakwa who wrote the letter. Why have we suddenly woke up and decided that this is now wrong? Is it the personalities involved?
The optics.
But this is Ghana. This is what we don't respect conflict of interest. We don't even know what it means. Isn't that our slogan? So why we bore? The state is actually answering and telling us that they put out competitive tender, and the Agric Minister's company won. No one is even asking why did the Agric Minister's company compete. Forget about why did it win. Why did they bid? Because that is where conflict of interest arises. Isn't it? Yeah. Why did they bid? In any other part of the world, would that be okay?
It doesn't look good at all. It doesn't.
But it's okay here in Ghana. That's what I'm saying. It's okay here in Ghana. So I don't understand the complaints. Why are they complaining? This is what we do. And he has won the bid fair and square according to SNIT. So what's our problem? anyway. I'm more concerned about mental health. But we will talk about the SNIT issue. Also, very sad news. A driver who works for the president passed away as a result of an accident. We'll be getting more details on that. There are several others who were injured as well. And, of course, our thoughts go out to them and their families. We will try and understand what happened. Was the president in any danger at all? That's another thing. So, more details coming up. All right, the 6 a.m. news came thanks to Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means it's now time for the Joy Business Report, and there is no relevant news in the business world that this team doesn't have. Akbafu will present it all thanks to Omni Basic Bank at your service.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, Ghana is set to sign debt restructuring agreement with bilateral creditors this week, a move expected to aid release of $360 million from the IMF next month. Also, Managing Director of First Bank Ghana, Victor Asante, projects relative stability for the city soon due to the Bank of Ghana's improved intervention. Plus, government reaches deal with cement manufacturers over pricing of products. We'll tell you about it. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for joining us. My name is Darryl Kwao. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidi on KT Radio. Now, Finance Minister Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam has revealed government is set to sign an agreement on debt restructuring with external creditors this week. The Finance Minister disclosed this in an interview with the Ghana News Agency. Here's more in the following report.
The Finance Minister has maintained that they are waiting for this draft agreement to sign this week. The minister added that this should pave the way for the IMF board to meet on Ghana next month and give its approval to the disbursement of this $360 million to the country. The fund had earlier maintained that just having the financing assurance from the bilateral creditors could be enough. However, based on these developments, the IMF may now have all that it's looking for to go ahead and approve Ghana's second review and instruct the IMF to release some $360 million to Ghana. For some analysts, it's not just about the money being released to Ghana, but rather the signal that it will send to Ghana's development partners about government's commitment to the fund program. The news may also go a long way to deal with the speculation that has gone a long way to bring some pressure on the Ghana city. We should also not forget about the impact of this development on projects that have stalled over the years and how this could lead to the release of funding to aid in the resumption of these projects all over the country.
That was a Business Desk report. Professor Godfrey Bokwing, an economist, is however warning that any delay in signing this deal with external creditors will not be good for the city's fortunes.
The uncertainty with the external debt restructuring. So that vacuum, the market is reading a deeper meaning into that. And that is why you see the negative sentiment has gone up. And the understanding in the market is that negative news actually exert greater volatility in the market compared to positive news of the same magnitude.
Economist Professor Godfrey Bokwing, now Managing Director of First Bank Ghana, Victor Asante, is projecting some relative stability for the city in the coming days. This is based on measures that the Bank of Ghana has taken over the past few days, including improved market support. Mr. Asante tells Joy Business those that are betting on the situation could lose out.
Central Bank has done a lot of interventions this week. So hopefully people will know that they don't need to bring forward payments that ought to be made, and therefore that will then calm people down. So eventually we'll get a situation where people now don't even have the cedis, because we must have the cedis to pay for it. Then things now calm down. We've seen a situation where speculation took us to 13, 14, but we came back to 8 because people now had dollars that they didn't need for, but they didn't pay. You need to pay your staff in cedis. If you go and buy dollars and put it in your account and you can't pay your staff, what do? You have to sell it. So yes, we've had situations, but there's a point to which people will now have to panic, and we've seen that before. And I think people should be careful because they may be holding dollars, they will have to now sell.
All right, that was Managing Director of First Bank Ghana, Victor Asante. Let's get a picture of what's looking like on the currency market as we begin a new week. This morning, the dollar going for 14 cedis 80 pesos. That's what the forex bureaus are offering their clients. The British pound 18 cedis 20 pesos. Euro going for 15 cedis 80 pesos. Now, the Bank of Ghana says it has no intention of keeping the policy rate high to profit from the action. It follows reports that the central bank has been going on this path deliberately to benefit, but the Bank of Ghana insists it remains committed to pursuing sound monetary policies aimed at keeping inflation at low levels. Bernard Otabil speaks for the Bank of Ghana.
Anyone who makes that statement that the central bank would deliberately keep monetary policy rate high in order to make profit, I mean, perhaps, that does not fully understand, central banking. It is rather the opposite. The higher the policy rate, the more losses that the central bank would incur in its operations. But that's the price central banks actually pay in the performance of their duty. And in actual fact, in achieving the policy objective, central banks globally do end up making losses. But what exactly is the role of the central bank? That's where we have to situate it in context. And I believe that that's where perhaps the misconception really lie.
Bernard Otabil speaks for the Bank of Ghana. Interest rates tumbled once again, but marginally as demand for Treasury bills eased. That's according to auction results by the Bank of Ghana. However, the government recorded a marginal oversubscription of Treasury bills. Here's more in this report.
Ahead of the Monetary Policy Committee meeting this week, interest rates continue to fall but languidly. According to the T-bills auction result by the Bank of Ghana, the yield on the 91-day bill went down by 10 basis points to 25.09%. The 182-day bill also declined marginally to 26.94% from the previous weeks of 26.99%. The rate on the 364-day bill also dropped by 4.0 basis points to 27.95%. Meanwhile, the government got 3.212 billion Ghana cedis from the sale of the short-term instrument. 2.493 billion Ghana cedis, representing 77.62%, came from the 91-day bill. Indeed, all the bids were accepted. For the 182-day bill, 636.63 million Ghana cedis bids were tendered. The uptake was the same. For the 1-year bill, the bids tendered was 82.19 million Ghana cedis. All the bids were accepted.
GCB Bank has revealed the need to explore the possibilities of expanding its operations beyond the shores of the country in the coming years. This was disclosed by the Managing Director, Kofi Adumako. He spoke to Joy Business at a Thanksgiving service to commemorate the bank's 70th anniversary.
For now, we are only a bank Ghana, and therefore the risks of Ghana is associated with GCB. We look to go out of Ghana. I'm hopeful that we won't wait another 70 years before we go out of Ghana. At the appropriate time, we'll let you know. But I'm saying that looking at the African market today, with the continental free trade area creating one market for a bank like GCB, it's time for us to go out of Ghana.
Kofi Adumako is Managing Director of GCB Bank. Government has reached a deal with cement manufacturers over the pricing of their products after a meeting between the two parties on disagreements over recent hikes in the prices of cement. The manufacturers have agreed to publish what goes into the pricing and to determine whether the adjustments are justified. Professor Alex Dodo is Director General of the Ghana Standards Authority and Chair of the Cement Manufacturing Development Committee.
We have all that as a minimum, consumers must understand the price build-up and what goes into cement price so that if there must be increases, they can be justified and they can be acceptable. So it's about transparency, openness, and communication. And the industry has accepted that. So we shall be feeding back to the industry and we shall be issuing quite a few public notices in this regard. The industry contends that the dollar and electricity fluctuations have contributed, and they have promised that by close of day on Monday, would have their cost build-up, evaluate to arrive at a fair compromise with all Ghanaians. Transparency in the way cement is priced so that increases cannot and will not be arbitrary.
Professor Alex Dodo there, Director General of the Ghana Standards Authority and Chair of the Cement Manufacturing Development Committee. Now, the National Communications Authority has directed all submarine cable landing providers to submit a detailed backup plan in cases of internet disruptions and natural disasters. It's coming after the providers finally completed work on all the cables that got disrupted in March this year. This resulted in internet shutdown in the country. Now, Director General of the National Communications Authority says measures have been taken to ensure that further shocks are minimized.
A requirement for all submarine cable operators to submit their backup and redundancy plans to ensure business continuity and seamless connectivity to data services should their cable block a major fault. In addition, all mobile network operators are to maintain their existing redundant submarine cable links within Ghana and to connect to a submarine cable provider in the sub-region that is currently not landing in Ghana.
Director General of the National Communications Authority, Dr. Joe Anoche. You're listening to the Joy Business Report. Now, based on the bids and offers dynamics of the stock market, SIC Insurance is expected to experience gains next week. Here is Grace Munayan of Data Bank Research on how your investments will fare.
Last week's trading closed with 5 price movers consisting of 4 gainers and a laggard. The gainers were GCB Bank, Total Energies, MTN Ghana and New Gold. Conversely, Farmville closed as a sole laggard for the week. Accordingly, the Ghana Stock Exchange Composite Index climbed 2.7% weekly to a year-to-date gain of 19.64%, whereas the Data Bank Stock Index increased by 2.02% weekly to a year-to-date gain of 16.62%. Overall weekly turnover totaled 329 million Ghana cedis from the exchange of about 225 million shares across 18 counters. MTN Ghana was the most active counter, accounting for 98% of the weekly turnover. Based on the bids and offers dynamics of the market, we tip SIC Insurance to experience gains this week. For Joy Business Report, Grace Munanyun of Data Bank Research.
SIC Insurance is expected to experience gains this week. That was Grace Munayan. Thank you so much. Before we go, let's wrap up with the commodity market. Crude oil increased to $84 a barrel after going up by just under $1. Gold went up by more than $23, open trading at $2,439 an ounce. Cocoa lost $45, is selling this morning at $7,348 a ton. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues. Here's Koji Yankson.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
So, I used to have a house help who called him Joe Metals. Because I'm talking
Joe
about
Metal.
Joe Metal, yeah. And this one features Dunsi Onyekang. It's called Hallelujah.
Wow.
I know you know it. Don't you?
I think I do.
Yeah. Here it is. Joe Metal featuring Dancing Oyekang. Hello, Mamavi. Hello, Raymond.
Hi, Kojo.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you both. How's your weekend?
Oh,
It's pretty okay.
Yeah.
by the grace of God, even those who are not well, they are well this morning.
Jesus' name.
Yes,
to
yes,
that.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. That's why I like Kim Palute's song. Yes.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It's a powerful. It's one of those songs that very first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
When you want to give praise to God. Every line of that song is great.
Yeah. How was yours, by the way?
Quiet. Quiet. I had a guest, so it was interesting. It was nice. But yeah, I didn't go anywhere. Stayed indoors for most of it. Huh? Not bad.
Nice.
As is mostly expected.
Yes. As my code of conduct dictates. All right, let's get started with the Drive Safe campaign.
And it's brought to us by Joe News and Multimedia Group, supported proudly always by Toyota Superior Quality. So today our tip says, watch out for the other guy. Part of staying in control is being aware of other drivers and road users around you. So you're less likely to be caught off guard. So please watch out for the other guy. That's your drive safe tip.
All right. Oh, hi, Winston. Good to see you.
Yeah, Mr. Youngson, how are you?
Yes, sir. I'm all right. How are you feeling? How's your weekend?
Well, a bit stressful. You know, I was in my holy village of Mpoho.
That's what I was even asking about.
Yes, I went to Mpoho to
nice.
Bid my great uncle Ebusia Penyini Abua, goodbye.
Oh, may his soul rest in
Rest
peace.
in peace. Yeah. So now we can party, right?
No, wait. we have just laid the man to rest.
No, we held on to his mother's party.
Listen,
Why is the party?
And now that's, we've laid him.
Listen, we have just laid my great uncle Ebusia Penyin Papa Abua to rest. Wait. Let's learn how to say it right.
Yes, and it's brought to you by Kingdom Books at Kingdom Quality and affordability at their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done. You say either, I say either.
I hope you're enjoying our fun little language lessons on Say It Right. Please keep your feedback and questions coming. I got a great one the other day. Eko Bedumens asked if we could explain the difference between on time and in time. Well, Eko, it would be my pleasure. People often use on time and in time interchangeably, but they actually have distinctly different meanings. On time means at an arranged or predetermined time. In time means before it's too late. We use on time for things that happen at a fixed time every day or at a time that was arranged previously. The priest couldn't get to my wedding on time. We use in time when the event is supposed to happen before a deadline or within a certain window of time. Here's an example. Winston returned in time to join our Wachi party. I'm sure you've also noticed that when you fail to do things within the set time frame, you are said to be out of time. So there you go. That's how to say it right. Thanks for this one, Echo.
So, just before we learn what's in the papers this morning, thanks to Syntex Tank, you're stronger, you're tough, and Access Bank more than banking, why don't we have a very quick wrap of what happened on Newsfile? Very fascinating conversations around the petition to remove the special prosecutor. Let's hear this.
When you're looking at the Special Prosecution Act 2017, Martin Amudu can be, or the new Special Prosecutor can be removed for absolute misbehavior or incompetence, or conduct that brings or is likely to bring the office of the Special Prosecutor into disrepute or ridicule. And with the grounds laid out by Mr. Amudu, I don't think it is satisfied for a prima facie case, apart from the procurement issue, because his office is supposed to investigate procurement procurement issues. And if he himself has committed that crime and it can be proven, then that is a potential ground for removing him. But for instance, inducing staff from sister law enforcement agencies, I don't think in the context of his office is wrong.
In standard legal practice, a person is called to open his defense only after he's raised an objection against there being no case and the court has heard the objection and the court basically has said there's a case to be answered, open your defense. So I can understand what you're saying. Ordinarily, the respondent or the response is taken only after a preliminary determination that there's a case, go ahead and respond to it. So I can understand that. But again, this is a clear terrain. You have a petition brought against a public officer, and then you have the Chief Justice as an individual to make determination of whether she thinks that there's enough case made on the basis of which the respondent should open his defense, or yes, open a defense to the petition that has been brought. The point I'm making is the Chief Justice is not forbidden in deciding whether or not to indicate that there's a prima facie case made. She's not forbidden, in my estimation, from hearing the other side before she makes it. It appears to be an extra mile that she's done, but the law doesn't forbid that being done.
To remove the special prosecutor from office and not to downplay some of these issues, I would think that it has to be egregious enough, right, that, everybody should be able to look at it and say, okay, as for this one, he went too far, he went overboard, office, this is just scandalous, etc., etc. But if there are other administrative remedies that can be used to resolve some of these things, then you don't want it to rise to this level of let's remove him from office. That for me is my opinion, that if there are other remedies, why not resort to them? Why go first for remove him from office?
Things must be logical, so as for not to, assume bias or assume ill motive. So if the president acted in that manner when Charlotte Osei was petitioned against, I expected that when Jean Mensa is petitioned against, I'll get the same attitude from the president. But it's on record that the president has been petitioned not once and not by one person, but two people at least I know, two different petitions that I know of against Madame Jean Mensa. And the president has not as much as even acknowledged the petition being sent to him. And so you begin to wonder, what makes the president act? Is it when the petition is in sync with his agenda? Or is he really a law-abiding president who has sworn by the Constitution to uphold the Constitution of Ghana? Clearly, with the two examples, the latter is the case. It seems he acts only when the petition is in line with his agenda.
Interesting. So that's those are some of the views that were shared. Mama V?
Well, I think for now we wait to see what the Chief Justice says, right? I think the little bit of inconsistency was what the president does when he receives such a petition. Is it to straight away just forward it? And the issue of some petitions have come up and we haven't seen the president forward it as he's done with this one. So, it looks like there are some inconsistencies there. But for now, where we are with it, the CJ will decide, I guess.
Yeah. Ray?
What they are saying is that if the president is for your removal, he is in a hurry to forward it. If it's not for your removal, you are very lucky. That petition will languish within quarters. By the time it reaches the office of the president, I'm sure he would have been packing out of office. That's what they say about the conduct. But of course, yes, we will see how this rolls out. Whether or not the quest to get, and I've said it here before, if you track Martin Amidu's commentary from the day Kissi Agyapong was appointed, he's been against him, he's called him names, he's used unpalatable words virtually every week. If go and check martinamiduspeech.com or .org, you will see all his writings.
So he says he's using his standard to measure Kissi Agyapong.
Yeah, he will see all his writings. Then why did he leave anyway? Why didn't he still want to do the job? If he was the only person supposed to be doing the job.
Maybe his standard is to leave, which is why he wants Kissi Agyapong.
Yeah, but why? He made a decision to resign. It didn't compel him to resign.
That's the standard.
Which is honorable if you feel you cannot do the job. But it doesn't mean, okay, so let's see the merit of the matter. And let's hope that the rule of law is followed 100%. let's hope that the right thing is done. Let's hope that we do not want Kisei Jabe out just because apparently the expectation was that he will be pliant accomplice. But he's refusing to be pliant accomplice. He's beginning to act in ways that people might not like.
What I do not understand, though, is the interpretation that the move by Martin Amidu means corruption. You know, when you fight corruption, it fights back. That I quite don't get.
Well, I mean, you could interpret it in any way, because if Martin Amidu, the man who resigned according to him based on principle, and tagged people as being corrupt and all of that, now is actually petitioning for the removal of his successor based on the fact that, one, he's abusing the rights of others. He, Martin Amidu, took people to court himself. He took people to court on offenses that somebody would suggest he knew he wasn't going to get anything out of it. If he, Martin Amidu, says the basis for the removal of his successor is the fact that he petitioned them, he actually requested information and was not giving, and so this is grounds for removal, well, it's up to him. At the end of it, the Chief Justice, will set up a committee. If she thinks there's a prima facie case, then we'll deal with it, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah. The inconsistency with the passing on of petitions to the Chief Justice, though, I think we know that the Special Prosecutor Law sought to cure that problem by putting a time limit on it. So in 7 days, the President shall pass it on. But previously, for other positions, including the EC chair, there was no time limit, and the President has decided that it's not yet time to pass it on. But I think legally, if he leaves it until the end of his tenure and does not pass it on, then he would have breached the law, would he not? Because it says he shall pass it on. Anyway, we'll discuss these and other things later. Right now, though, let's see what's in the papers. Who's starting?
Now, the Daily Graphic is reporting this morning, 3i Summit records big deals, $100 million for SMEs in Ghana. BOG reports on ECD success, and the data is here. In fact, the entire front page of graphic is 3i Summit, and a landmark in innovation and collaboration. They are breaking it down with graphics for you on the details. But page 2 has what's really in the paper. That's there's an attempted coup in DRC which has been thwarted. That's the Democratic Republic of Congo. There is also an interesting story about mitigating impact of heavy rainfall. That's the biggest issue in the paper. And avoid personal agendas, act in best interest. This is Speaker urging MPs, and the Vice President is speaking to. He says you prioritize mechanized large-scale commercial farming, and 2 die, others badly injured in that Sekadi Takrade issue. You remember the fishing community where the explosion happened. The
Premix fuel.
Yes, we can't rig elections for any party. This is the Electoral Commission in a press. How do you call it? In a presser, saying that they cannot rig elections for any party. But let's look at that matter closely. The issues that they have raised, and you are the election management body. Your business is to regulate and supervise the elections in the country. The people took you to court for putting out data that appeared inconsistent. In the last 2 or 3 days, basically all your, 2 or so of them, of your infographics have had difficulty with it. They come back retracting. How do you engender confidence in your operations with such a behavior?
Look,
just this one, I shared the most recent one. EC saying that, we made a mistake once again in the information you put out there. Some of us rely on the information. If we do not cross-check, we also put it out there with the same mistakes in it. So if you're an electoral commission who's making some of these petty mistakes, at a time that people are suspecting you, how do you convince people that, these are genuine mistakes, there's absolutely nothing afoot, and you really do have the best interest of the country at heart?
You know how people have a saying that say, okra, osawasa, ochianepa.
Yeah.
Now, that is even if you have no problems with the person. But watch this carefully. Even if you don't make any mistake, the Electoral Commission opens itself up for criticism all the time. You, the same institution, you're right, that got people going to court because in your own data, there should have been a second round based on the data you presented. Of course, you came back to correct it. That has been settled by the Supreme Court. You made a mistake after 4 days of registration. Your figures didn't add up. Political parties raised concerns. Even the graph. You asked the question, so who at the Electoral Commission checks before they put out things? Election. This is an election year.
Yeah.
And it must not only be fair, but must be seen
to be fair.
To be fair. So all the processes. Because, look, the political parties, they are the only ones who know what they've done with the Electoral Commission. So that when they are in power, they support the Electoral Commission, and then when they are out of office, they don't support the Electoral Commission. But having said that, I believe that it will be very, very difficult for the Electoral Commission to rig elections. If the political party agents, and as Afarijan said, elections are won at the polling station. And we saw it in Asin North. The NDC had their figures. By, even before 7, they knew they had won the elections. Why? Can the Electoral Commission go back and say, we are changing it? In 2016, when the NPP won the elections, you also said the Electoral Commission cannot change results collated at the polling station, declared and forwarded to the collation center.
I will add a caveat to that. When the numbers are quite clear, as in the gap is quite clear, there's really nothing an Electoral Commission can do, even if they want to rig the elections. But when the numbers are close, what if they announce another mistake? Then what? So these things are important. The Electoral Commission should not take these criticisms lying down. They shouldn't assume that they are being attacked. This thing is important.
All right, let's look at the Daily Guide newspaper. John Kume's death, personal loss, says the vice president. Also, one killed in presidential convoy crash. Raymond, you've talked about the 2 persons who died, 14 injured in Escado explosion. St. Mary's College of Health Sciences hold matriculation. And Sidi Kubwari, a former Musica president, we're told, welcomes Steve Wonder's Ghanaian citizenship. There's just one story in the center spread about the Tyson Fury defeating Alexandra Usyk, right? Well,
Alexander Usyk got defeated Tyson.
Oh, Fury. Sorry. Hey. All right.
Madam, are you a Fury fan?
No, I'm just because
that man was beaten rough.
Because Drake lost $565,000 bets.
Yeah, but
he would have won a little over $1 million.
If Drake puts
if he had won
his money on you, you will lose.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
That's the tradition.
Anybody that has put his money on has lost. If you are seen with him, even a footballer, your team plays the next match, they will lose. So it's simple.
The Ghana political parties should go and see him.
The moment they said, "Oh, Drake plays a bet on Fury," somebody wrote there, "Sorry, Fury, you're going to lose this."
Oh, okay.
But the guy was beaten rough. My goodness. Anyway, the Business and Financial Times says, Raymond, that same story, 3i Africa Summit delivers big boost to fintech sector, records impressive numbers, partnerships.
We want to see the results.
And deals. And DBG partners target $100 million for local SMEs through digital finance initiative. I'm sure we can go for the online review.
Which is brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest. But before that...
The Finder.
Okay, The Finder, the biggest story on the front page, 459,291 voters registered as EC rejects NDC's rigging claims. That's on the front page.
Sorry, so is this figure right?
Yeah, I don't know, frankly.
Why? This coming from, how many people have registered?
This is 459,291. The total, sometimes they get the total right, but the combination of the figures for each of them, it becomes problematic, quite frankly. Okay, anyway. So that's there. 65 professional bodies, including the Ghana Bar Association and the GJA, to be removed from companies' register. Lawless groups. Let me tell you what they have done. Now, take your time. This action is due to their failure to submit annual accounts and update their certificates of membership in accordance with Section 16 of the Professional Bodies Registration Act of 1973. The affected bodies have up to June 30. Which they have?
This is 20th June.
Yeah, yes. They have a little over a month to actually correct the mistakes they've been making. No, to submit their annual returns. But this is unacceptable, clearly.
Exactly.
I mean, how can a group of lawyers form a grouping and merely comply with the law, they can't do that. As for the GJ, and it's not only that too. Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. If I want me to list, yes, I'm listing the rest of them. The Ghana Institute of Architects, the Ghana Medical Association, Geological Society of Ghana, Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, Insurance Institute of Ghana, Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. Just
I think that we've just not taken the law seriously. You know, because I remember, was it 2 months ago, the Registrar General started doing this announcement?
Yes.
Quite a while ago.
This has been going on since 2022.
Every time they remind.
Every time
Yeah,
you are reminded.
that was a strong reminder. And to think that these institutions just sat there and they are still sitting there ignoring the Registrar General say.
They are 65.
They should be embarrassed, honestly.
Yeah.
They should be embarrassed. I mean, for the caliber of people they are, to be failing to adhere to some very basic, legal
It is the lawyers who that's
surprising.
But it's not just it's not just institutions. There are individuals as well. If you check your phone, you
I'm
probably
looking at
have a
the
message
institutions now.
from the Registrar of Companies.
Okay, all right. Let's do the online review now. It's brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest, Goyle, Good Energy, Yanara Yendia, and G&J Technical Services, celebrating 30 years of providing backup power in Ghana.
Well, Good Energy has hit the road with exciting choices to energize your vehicle. It has given you more options to take you further. So just watch the space for your choice. Goyle, Yena, Yedia.
Now, the fact that life can be unpredictable should not make you uncertain about your future. Achieve peace of mind by securing your future with Zenith Bank's bank assurance plans. From educational plans that secure a child's future to life plans that protect your loved ones when you are no more, or farewell plans that secure you and your family against funeral expenses. Zenith, and Winston understands that recently he's been involved in funeral expenses. Zenith Bank's bank assurance plans are guaranteed to give you absolute peace of mind. Protect your future with Zenith Bank Assurance. Sign up today at any Zenith Bank branch nationwide or visit zenithbank.com.gh for more information. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
All right, so SNIT explains on myjoyonline.com decision to sell 60% stake in 4 hotels to a Greek minister's firm, and that's Rock City Hotels.
So it is true.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. What is
he won the bid. Yeah.
In fact, they are explaining that nothing went
To be
wrong.
honest, I was just hoping that it was just some sort
They
of
will say
rumor.
it's a hoax.
No, that would be Snit's lying. It is true.
But wait, why were you hoping it would be?
Because there's Labadi Beach in there.
When
So?
I mentioned this,
And I know
you remember
that
I mentioned
for
this
the
earlier,
past,
right?
yeah.
That when the CEO was the DG was removed, I said, I hope it's not about the quest to sell off
yeah,
things.
we said it on this show.
Yes,
because
yes.
I know for instance that Labadi Beach Hotel has been doing fantastic
No.
for the
If for
past
nothing at all,
couple
they've
of
been
years.
telling everybody in the world.
And they've been paying
How
dividends.
much money they've been paying?
A lot. So we've got to look into
In
it.
the last
If you
2 years.
say Labadi, for instance, has been suffering, and you need someone to pump money into it, and I beg to differ. But Rock City's been around for how long?
Anyway, let's go for the BBC News. We'll talk more about that later.
Yes, when we come back. But, look, let me just play devil's advocate and say that it's not only if you are not making money that you can be sued. But we'll get to that later. Right now, though, it's time for the BBC News brought to us by Fidelity Bank, Believe With Us, and Old Mutual, 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime.
It's a region blessed with incredible natural resources, copper, lithium, and rich agricultural lands. And yet, it's never really fulfilled its economic potential. Today, we ask why that is.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up after the news from the BBC World Service, it's Hard Talk with me, Stephen Sacker. To fully commit to a cause is to put the political above the personal, and it has lifelong ramifications, not just for the activist, but for those closest to them. And no one knows this better than my guest today, the writer Gillian Slovo, whose parents, Joe Slovo and Ruth First, were hugely important figures in South Africa's liberation struggle against apartheid.
It's not easy to be the child of revolutionaries, and they make decisions. I don't think it is easy to be a revolutionary with children, actually. They make decisions that they know will impact on their family. But actually, in the end, I'm really proud of what they did. I lived in a very traumatic childhood, at the same time an extremely privileged one.
That's Gillian Slovo on Hard Talk after the news.
Hello, I'm Emily Thomas with the BBC News. Iran has confirmed the death of President Ebrahim Raisi, who died along with the foreign minister when their helicopter crashed on Sunday. It came down in a remote area near the border with Azerbaijan. Caroline Hawley reports.
Supporters of the Islamic Republic had been asked to pray for the president as search teams scoured the mountainous region close to the border with Azerbaijan, where the helicopter carrying him was reported missing. He'd been inaugurating a dam project and was travelling back in a convoy of 3 helicopters when the crash happened yesterday afternoon. Iran's Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian was with him. A huge rescue operation was hampered by thick fog, and when the wreckage was found a few hours ago, the search teams found no survivors. One official was quoted as saying the helicopter was completely burned. With the death of the foreign minister as well, Iran has lost 2 of its most influential figures at a time of heightened tensions in the region and at home.
Ebrahim Raisi has been the visible face of the Iranian government. Here's Electra Smith.
Ebrahim Raisi was the ultra-conservative cleric viewed as a potential successor to Iran's supreme leader. Part of the protests that toppled the Shah, afterwards he joined the judiciary, eventually becoming its head. He always denied accusations of a role in the mass execution of political prisoners in the 1980s. Under his presidency, Iran now enriches uranium at nearly weapons-grade levels. It's continued arming proxy groups in the Middle East and has given drones to Russia which have been used in Ukraine. There have been domestic troubles too, not least the massive popular protest that followed the death of Mahsa Amini.
Iran's allies and trading partners have been offering their condolences. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi said he was saddened and shocked by his death. The Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro called Mr. Raisi an extraordinary leader and an unconditional friend. Hamas said the Iranian President and Foreign Minister had been tireless in their support for the Palestinian struggle against Israel. William Lai has urged China to stop its political and military threats against Taiwan after being sworn in as the new president. In his inaugural speech, he said Taiwan would make no concessions on its freedom. Rupert Wingfield-Hayes is in Taipei.
President William Lai said he would not do anything to change Taiwan's status quo, but also would not back down in the face of military intimidation by China. He described the grey zone warfare being used against Taiwan as a challenge to global peace and called on Beijing to replace aggression with dialogue. At the same time, he said people on the island must not be under any illusion about the threat from China and that Taiwan must further strengthen its own defences.
This is the latest world news from the BBC. The incumbent Luis Abinader has claimed victory in the Dominican Republic's presidential election. Mr. Abinader said his 2 main rivals, Leonel Fernandez and Abel Martinez, had called to congratulate him. Mr. Abinader has received popular support for his hard line on crisis-torn neighbouring Haiti. He's erecting a barrier to keep Haitian migrants out. The French authorities in New Caledonia say they've regained control of the main road from the capital to the international airport, which had been blocked by protesters. 6 people have been killed in the unrest. Here's Phil Mercer.
The French High Commission in New Caledonia has said that 76 roadblocks on the main route from the capital Nouméa to the international airport will be removed in the next few days. Many tourists are stranded in the Pacific territory and food supplies are running low. The disturbances were ignited by anger over contested electoral reforms that Indigenous Kanak people believe will weaken their efforts to gain independence from France.
India is holding the 5th stage of its staggered general election. Voting is taking place in Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal and Jharkhand. Tens of millions of voters are likely to experience heatwave conditions. There are 2 more rounds of voting to go before the election result is announced on the 4th of June. Japan says the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has postponed his visit to Tokyo that was due to begin today. The announcement comes just hours after state media said King Salman bin Abdul Aziz would undergo treatment for lung inflammation. The 88-year-old Saudi monarch has been in poor health and is rarely seen in public. The Crown Prince has been the de facto ruler for several years. That was the latest world news from the BBC, with me, Emily Thomas, in London.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Good energy hits the road with exciting choices to energize your ride, giving you more options to take you further. Watch this space for your choice.
Goil, yeah.
What name brightens the streets, homes, and businesses of Ghana? What company has been providing world-class backup power to Ghanaians for 30 years?
G&J Technical Services.
Final answer?
Yes, G&J, final answer.
Correct.
G&J is celebrating 30 years of providing backup power in Ghana. As the largest supplier of world-class generators in the country, we have been the backbone of Ghana's alternative power industry by delivering the best sales, maintenance, and after-sales solutions the nation has ever seen. We've done it for 30 years, and we promise that the future will be even brighter. Reach us in Accra on 030-268-9178 or 9179 and 020-222-2204 all the way to 2220. And in Kumasi on 020-222-236 or 020-222-2220.
When the pain is too much, don't know what else to do. So rapping all, will take the pain away. Rapping all,
Rapinol is what you need. Rapinol will relieve you of all aches and pain in your body. Rheumatic pain, menstrual pain, body pain, toothaches, and other feverish conditions. Rapinol is a quality product from Danex Itin Starwin PLC. If symptoms persist after 48 hours, consult a physician. Not suitable for children below 16 years old, asthmatic, and also patients. This advert is FDA approved.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal, and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of a Zenith SME business card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302-680-884 or 0307-086-370. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
He's up bright and early, serving your premium morning radio show. The Morning Man. It's the Morning Man, Gojo Jackson.
my father's Audi 80.
That's what I'm paying them for.
Driving around Cape Coast like I was so paid. Yes.
Or you were assuming being so paid.
Big money easy.
Yeah. Was it before?
My
or
white
after
wife beater with the Abaza underneath it.
Was it before or after the embassy contest?
So it's now 17 minutes past 7 on the Super Morning Show. And look, not everybody is pepe. That's the reason why today's Hotline Documentary is important, because mental health is a very serious issue here in Ghana. In the last budget, it was announced that mental health will now be free on NHIS. But, I mean, is it happening? Has it been operationalized? Has anyone attended a mental health facility and been able to get health care based on their NHIA card? Has it happened? Use the hashtag JoySMS. Give us your experiences. But besides that, it's not even the access, it's the capacity. And one of the very interesting clips we played earlier today was from a professional who said that...
Even professionals?
Yes, half of them. They don't even know about things like postpartum depression. Yes. Which is a crazy thing.
That's true.
Bearing in mind how prevalent it is.
That's true.
And all it takes for a healthy person to have this mental illness is to have a child.
I know a friend who's still apologizing to his wife, even till this day.
Yeah.
Because he didn't understand it. He did not have an idea. He thought the woman was just acting up. So he was also misbehaving effectively. And when he later on got to know, he felt so bad about it.
Indeed.
And you know, Kojo, he had never heard that particular expression before, postpartum depression.
Yeah.
I mean, I was shocked.
Yeah.
Because he's very well educated. He said, I will not lie to you. I've never heard it before. So I thought, this was not even the first child anyway.
Raymond, it is counterintuitive. It defies logic to think that a mother would have dark thoughts about her child.
Yeah.
It defies logic, but it is very common.
What she went through.
Indeed. But I'll tell you the truth, you are actually lucky if you don't have it in some form, to some degree. You're lucky. It's a very, very interesting thing. Today we'll learn a lot more about it. But let's talk about this, okay? SNIT has explained their decision to sell 60% of the stake in 4 hotels to Rock City Hotels, which is owned by the Agric Minister. Lots and lots of commentary coming out about it. This is all in response to a letter written by Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, who was petitioning Shraj to look into this matter. I don't know where to start on this. Churchill.
I know people in government today who find things wrong with this transaction. They are not even talking about.
By the way, this is Raymond, not Churchill.
Yes. As is pretty obvious. yes, Raymond Churchill. Anyway, no, but it's important that we note here. Nobody is saying that if the institution requires strategic investment or institutions, there is no need to do that. Indeed, we have raised concerns about the investments and the things that SNIT is doing over the period of time. So if SNIT finds it prudent that this is the best way to go, the other matter that has been raised is whether or not all of them require the help that they're talking about. Because we know what SNIT, prior to saying that they're going to get some help for this institution, said they were struggling. And they cited La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. And if you've been going there, you see the place. They cited other places too and said, listen, we cannot let them rot and be a burden on us. Then the question came up, is it the same with the other institutions like the Bali Beach Hotel? Because if in the last 2 years, at least I can recall the last 2 years, they've been telling us the huge amount of money, including thousands of millions of cedis that they've been paying to their... If they are not struggling, what is the other reason for getting that kind of investment in there? What is the reason for changing? Especially when it appears that this is the time a Ghanaian took over the management of the place. I mean, let's be quite clear on that. Secondly, it is the individual and the grouping that's actually winning the bets to participate in this engagement. First and foremost, there's a reason why you do as much as possible to avoid conflict of interest position. This was a minister. He's been minister before. He's still a minister today. Now, on the face of it, you raise questions. Had it been that we refer to all participants, and this is the Republic of Ghana, we're in this republic where one person set up several companies and used them to bid for the same contract and end up winning because the other ones were not bidding right. So we want to be sure that no monkey business is happening. And again, ideally, it's also the reason why politically exposed person like the Greek minister stay out. And yes, somebody will remind me that, oh, Barry, it's possible for you to say that a company is separate from the individual. We know that. But we also know that ownership of companies matter and their relations with the companies also matter. So we want to make sure that the best decision is being taken. And it's not being taken because it's Brian Champon. And it's not being taken because somebody has an appetite for buying what is of government with government. And we have that in this country a lot. When we did diversity implementation a long time ago, friends, cronies, and whatever became beneficiaries along the line. We complained, but they gave us this same excuse that we went through the right process. Later on, if you go and review the so-called right process, you'll be so embarrassed about what we did to ourselves. We cannot allow that to continue in this particular century. That's why we should be able to peruse this matter properly.
Convo.
So, Labadi Beach Hotel in 2023 paid 25 million dividend to SNIT. Cedis. That was for the 2022 financial year.
Right.
Clearly, this is not a hotel that's struggling. Of course, that also doesn't suggest that you can't get investment in it. Maybe in order to move to the next, level of the hotel, you may need investors. But this is the other point. Have you considered, for instance, why Labadi Beach Hotel does so well and the other hotels don't do well? Have we considered, for instance, the management of these facilities? And so in turning around hotels, you just don't say, I am going to, get somebody to buy a stake in it. You can also consider a management change. Right. And have we also thought, for instance, now these subsidiaries, Raymond, these subsidiaries should be able to, take care of themselves. And should be expected to pay something to SNIT. If they are not doing well, SNIT may actually say, I want to offload some of my interest in these facilities because they may not be doing well. I may have used, pensioner funds in investing in them. I'm not getting anything as a result. I want to divest my stake in it. But hold on a minute. SNIT itself, has SNIT checked its operating expenditure over the period? It's not just saying, we need to, sell off stake in companies and because we are struggling, that's the end of it. SNIT must check its operating expenditure. That in itself is a problem. And SNIT must also check its investment in a lot of things that it does. Why is it that in this country, people invest in real estate, they are successful, but when SNIT invests in real estate, it is not successful?
Exactly. It's a management issue.
It's a management issue. So let's deal with the management issue. And even if government wants to deal with SNIT, if SNIT wants to do things on behalf of government, they must be done and done well.
Right.
Not just throwing money away. But having said that, please, politically exposed persons, if it happened in the past, it was bad. It must not continue today.
Well, for me, I think at this point, it's the hypocrisy of it that I don't understand. In this country, we have pretended that we don't know what conflict of interest is. We don't know what it means. We have pretended that it doesn't apply. We are still quite steeped in the Ubia Didi Nejumaho concept. And it's not only this government. In fact, I was surprised to see Mr. Kujetua Blakwa, that fine gentleman, surprised to see him writing to complain about somebody's conflict of interest. Because when his government was in power, we saw Ibrahim Mahama. What government contract did he not get? Did he even bid for all of them? I don't know. But let's go beyond that. Look, I was here from 2014 until the election in 2016. Almost every month, there was some procurement scandal where we were asking questions about beneficial owners behind the sale of this company or the divestiture of that company. We were doing that here all the time. Under this government, Ken Ofori-Atta has been accused of conflict of interest all day, all night long. Transaction advisors on government bonds, Ken Ofori-Atta. Insurance. Across the span of government, enterprise insurance is operating in almost every sphere of government. But we don't think it is wrong. Why do we suddenly decide that the sale of 60% share in some hotels to Rock City, suddenly that is the one that is wrong? The hypocrisy of it, that's what gets me. Anyway, that's not the only thing we're talking about today. We'll get you the latest on the accident that involved the convoy of the president. Also, that explosion in the western region. All the details here. Stay tuned.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the super morning show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
Alrighty then, to the businessman, the trader, the parent sending money to loved ones and business partners. Thanks to the Access Bank and PAPS partnership, you can now send money across borders, hassle-free. Now you can send money to pay for goods and services, make business transactions, and cover school fees across Africa without worrying about foreign exchange losses or delays. It's straightforward, it's secure, and it keeps your mind at ease. Benefit from instant payment across Nigeria, Liberia, Gambia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone with zero foreign exchange hassle. Now, when you send money in cedis, it will now be received in any other currency by the recipient. For more information, go to ghana.accessbankplc.com or just call the toll-free number 0800 00 4400. For all your cross-border payments, visit any of their branches and PAPS it with Access Bank. Access Bank, more than banking.
Now, G&J, your reliable alternative backup power supplier and solutions provider, is 30 years old. Hooray! We wish to thank you all, our cherished customers and also partners, for being part of this wonderful journey. As we embrace the future with brighter hopes, we look forward to providing you with the best backup power services to your homes, offices, churches, and more. Yes, the doom is still there. I experienced it Saturday night. Terrible. Now, we are still the largest backup power supplier in the country. With our 24-hour service delivery, we are poised to give you the best brands in backup power and after-sales services. Locate G&J in Accra off the Mortuary Road to Kolebu. Also call these numbers immediately on 0302 689 178 or 0302 689 179 or 020 2222 204. In Kumasi, you can call G&J on 020-2222-36 or 020-2222-20.
Well, if you've ever tried to push a pull door, you know it doesn't work well. Same goes for when you put the wrong engine oil in your luxury vehicle. Introducing Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP, especially formulated with the unique Shell Pure Plus technology that actively helps lubricate and clean your engine, giving you your premium car peak performance. Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP provides unsurpassed wear and sludge protection, leaves your pistons cleaner than a whistle, up to 50% more than the industry standard, and enhanced fuel economy. Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP is designed to be safe for the environment with a significant reduction in carbon emissions. I could go on and on and on and on, but the only way to prove the value of Shell Helix 0W20 SP is to try it yourself. Premium rules best with premium. Get Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP made for premium today.
All right, now the only portal you need to memorize this morning is kingdomstoreonline.com. That is the gateway to quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery from Kingdom Books and Stationery. You can pick up the very best and pay the very best prices via Momo across all networks. They will deliver to your home or office in good time, and if you're in Accra or Tema, that delivery will be free. Terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
Now, we know that every time we eat, food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, and which lead to tooth decay and also gum disease, and in some cases foul breath. Brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, leaving you with 10 times stronger teeth. Now, Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is actually fortified with pro-fluoride and microcalcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. And certainly, if you go through this, you are excited. This prevents cavities, keeps your teeth stronger, and much healthier. Now, Pepsodent Cavity comes in 175 the gram, the big family pack. There's also 120 gram Ajakwa pack. Then there's a 65 and the 12 gram sachet. So you can always get what you want and can afford at any time. Don't just use toothpaste that brush your teeth. Use Pepsodent that protects your teeth. Always brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at 9 too. Okay? Now, Pepsodent has been educating Ghanaians on how to brush their teeth for 25 years. Pepsodent is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association. Pepsodent gives you the opportunity to talk to a dentist for free on this toll-free number 0800 161 000. Write it down, 0800 161 000. Talk to a dentist for free on that number. You can also get Pepsodent at any shop near you. Call our customer care center on toll-free 0800 200 0030. Pepsodent, every smile matters.
And you know, a poly-maintained car engine can age faster. That's why we offer specially formulated quartz engine oil with age resistance technology. It's a breakthrough innovation that ensures optimal performance for your engine and improves protection against mechanical wear by up to 74%, even under extreme temperatures and pressure. Choosing quartz from Total Energies is choosing the engine oil that keeps your engine running efficiently and effectively. Quartz keep your engine younger for longer.
Look, if you are fast, you can actually get a job that will expose you to international travel, give you the opportunity to see the world, and get you very professional training in aviation-related professions, okay? These are IATA travel and tourism courses that are being offered by Travelex Group. Now, these courses are important because these are the ones that all the airlines expect you to have before they will give you a job as cabin crew or any of their aviation services, all right? And you can get these now with Travelex Group, okay? The courses typically last about 6 months, and you can either do a morning session or an afternoon session. Mornings from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., afternoons from 5 p.m. till 7 p.m. That's the evening, actually. And what that means is that even while you're working, you can get these diplomas and certificates, which are internationally recognized. And because of their operation for the past 32 years in Ghana, Travelex Group is a recognized brand. You can trust them and they'll give you a discount. So hurry up, go visit their new office, which is at the Cargo Door Airport behind the KLM office. They are just before the post office, okay? Go there, become a part of the Travelex family and see the world. Travelex Group LTD at gmail.com is the email address. Send them something or call them on 024 656 7898.
And Toyota users, get ready for a revolution. If you want your Toyota engine to function optimally, then there's only one choice, the Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. The Toyota Genuine Motor Oil has been rigorously tested and proven to be the best oil for your Toyota engine, specially crafted to keep your Toyota engine running smoothly and efficiently. The Toyota Genuine Motor Oil is available at all Toyota Ghana branches across the country. Nothing makes your engine happier than Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. For bulk purchase or distribution, contact Toyota Ghana on 0302 429801. Toyota, superior quality.
All right, loads and loads coming up on the Super Morning Show today. Make sure you're a part of it. Sports and birthdays coming up next.
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Wake up, have a great day, yeah, with nourishing cowbell premium milk and cowbell Vita Rich, nourishment for you.
The new Cowbell Premium Milk, high in protein, and the new Cowbell Vita-Rich, enriched with vitamin B9, both so creamy. Now there's a Cowbell for you.
Cowbell, a creamy goodness.
This advert is FDA approved.
This is what it has come to, the moment that defines a season. It's the finale, and I want it all. I want all the gold and the drama. I want Pep and Klopp racing for the top. I want the biggest stars shining on Champions League nights. I want the fairy tale stories and the glory. I want the passion of Serie A. I want the flair of La Liga. I want the Premier League. I want the football finals. I want it all. Reconnect to catch every match live on DSTV.
All right, we're going to do the birthday messages in just a bit, but they are brought to you by
MTN.
Everywhere you go. Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
And those birthday messages will come up, don't worry. But first, the Joy Sports Center is brought to you by
MTN.
Everywhere you go. Standard Chartered Bank,
here for good.
DSTV, it's your moment. And Cowbell Premium Milk, Cowbell, our creamy goodness.
And so, folks, imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. I mean, picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more, because with Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we're offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following numbers: 0501 535789 or 0501 535790 and then 0244 674154. Let's chart a cause for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And say goodbye to memorizing 1,001 short codes. Experience a complete one-click access to all MTN services with my MTN app. You can now check your airtime, data, and Momo balance, buy bundles with airtime or from your Momo wallets. Monitor your data usage and calls made. Access your MTN Momo account and so much more, all with my MTN app. Download my MTN app from the App Store or Google Play Store today and experience a super convenient way to do the things you love on your favorite network, MTN. So, what are we doing today?
Certainly, we'll tell you the good news you need to hear from Cowbell because they think about you. And today, I come bearing good news because Cowbell is offering continuous nourishment that is creamy and tasty. It comes in two new variants. That's the Cowbell Premium and the Cowbell Vita-Rich. Today, I'll just concentrate on the Premium. It's a nutritious milk containing essential minerals and vitamins, including vitamin A, B9, C, D, E, and K. And he's here, not potassium K. Is vitamin K. In addition, Cowbell Premium is unique mainly because of its rich, creamy tastes and 23.6% protein content. It offers more in a single pack of 26 grams. Also, is available in 360 grams and also 400 grams. In search of an accompaniment to complement your beverage or porridge with a rich, creamy taste and value for money, Cowbell Premium is the only option available. Stay tuned to hear about the additional offering called Cowbell Vita-Rich. Ghana, there's a Cowbell for you. Cowbell, a creamy goodness. This advert is FDA approved.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Thank you. Good morning to you. Welcome to the Joy Sports Centre with me, Fento Tahiru Fento. Coming up this morning,
Manchester City, having won it in 2021, 2022, 2023, now win it in 2024, and Kyle Walker lifts it high. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row for Manchester City. Never been seen before.
That's right. Man City hold of Arsenal's challenge to win unprecedented fourth consecutive Premier League title with victory over West Ham. We will also review Alexander Usyk's win over Tyson Fury to become undisputed heavyweight champion. But first,
And the flag stays down as Kelvin tears away. It's a chance for Adriana. Easily rolls into the goal. But for the first goal of the afternoon, Kelvin has finally found the scoring booth.
And that was all they needed. Kelvin Obin's goal for Adriana Stars buried Hartlepool into yet another defeat. A 1-0 loss this time around to Adriana Stars yesterday at the Accra Sports Stadium. It's the Phobians' 6th in the last 8. Their manager, Abubakar Ouattara, was left frustrated with his players.
You are playing badly. You don't have any motivation today. I don't understand what happened. It's very difficult. But these boys, I can't understand them. Today you are good, tomorrow you are bad. I don't understand what happened. But today is very bad game. I don't have anything to say. Very bad game. We played 90 minutes without any shoot on the goalkeeper. To be serious, I'm not happy.
That's Abubakar Ouattara there, the House of Folk manager. Moving on, Mizaka Friye. He scored in added time to give Brecum Chelsea a 2-1 win over Santi Kotoko at the Golden City Park on Saturday. It's Kotoko's first defeat in their last 4 matches. The Bokipan Warriors remain 10th on the table. Their manager is Prosper Ogum. He attributed his team's defeat to intimidation.
Yeah, I think we played well. We had our chances in the first half that we could have gone up by 3 goals or even more. We deserve to have won this game. We played better. We created some few decent chances that we could have taken our chances. But you saw it. I don't want to mention that person's name. Intimidation. That is it.
In Samaraboy, leaders Samatex, they beat Bofo Kwatano 3-0 to take their tally to 55 points, maintaining a 7-point lead over Nations FC, who beat Accra Lions 1-0. Heart of Lions picked a shock 2-1 win over Dreams FC in Dawood to move out of the relegation zone, with Grace Olympics moving back into the drop zone following their 2-1 loss to Legon Cities. Now, elsewhere in the continent, Egyptian giants Zamalek, they've won the CAF Confederation Cup for the second time in their history, following a 1-0 win over Morocco's RS Berkane in a second leg of the final on Sunday night. After losing the first leg 2-1, Zamalek's narrow victory handed them the title on the away goal rule, having also beaten the same opposition to lift the trophy back in 2019. In the CAF Champions League, the first leg of the final between Esperance and El Ali ended 0-0 in Rades on Saturday, with a return leg to come in Cairo this coming weekend. Let's head to England now.
Some news from North London. Tomiyasu has scored for Arsenal. It is 1-1 in that game. Ward-Prowse with the corner. Kudos! Hang on! Hold the phone in the title race! We've just had a very big last few seconds. Now Silva. Rodri! There's the roar! There's the final whistle. And Manchester City are the Premier League champions again.
That's right, newly minted Premier League Player of the Season, Phil Foden. He scored twice as Imperial's Man City beat West Ham 3-1 at the Etihad Stadium yesterday to become the first team to win 4 Premier League titles in a row. City have now won 6 of the last 7.
Before was Liverpool, they pushed us in our limits. Now has been these last 2 seasons, especially this one, have been an incredible season. We get the message, so I know they will be there for many years because young manager, big talent, and a young squad, a young team, and they send us a message that you have to be careful for the next years.
That's Pep Guardiola. Still on that City game, Ghana's Mohamed Kudus dropped the party atmosphere for a moment when he scored an outrageous scissor kick just before halftime to reduce the deficit to 2-1. But Rodri, of course, scored the third just before the hour to wrap up the game. Kudus finished the season with 8 goals and 6 assists in 33 games in his first Premier League season.
It has been a long season with ups and downs, but lots of lessons, but I'm proud of the whole team, including today's game, you could see, everyone gave their best, trying to do the best to finish off on a higher note, It's difficult in games like this when we defend most times in the game, but everyone gave their 100% best, but everyone around the club really helped me to really settle in quite well, and big credit to myself also for believing in myself and then putting the effort day in, day out, So we can only get better, I'm still far off how I see myself performing in this league and then doing my best. So it's good to get the first season on the run, but I have a long way to go and there's more stuff coming ahead.
That's Mohamed Kudus. He's ended the season joint top scorer in the Premier League with 8 goals. Top scorer, a Ghanaian. Antoine Semenyo also scored 8 goals in the Premier League this season. The title challengers Arsenal, they fulfilled their part of the bargain by beating Everton 2-1 with a late Kai Havertz goal at the Emirates, but of course they missed out on the title to City. Manager Mikel Arteta says the Gunners will be back fighting again next season.
All this happening because you started believing, you started to be patient, you started to understand what we were trying to do, and all the credit has to go to players. That is unbelievable. I think now it's time to have a break, think, reflect, and please keep pushing, keep inspiring this team. Don't be satisfied because we want much more than that, and we're gonna get it.
And we're gonna get it. That's Mikel Arteta's message to the Arsenal fans. Liverpool, they bid an emotional farewell to manager Jurgen Klopp with a 2-0 win over Wolves at Anfield. The 56-year-old German won 8 titles in his 9 years at Merseyside. In his farewell address, Klopp says everything is in place for the club's continuous success before announcing his successor, Arne Slot, to a raucous crowd.
With the right attitude into that, then everything will be fine because the basics are 100% there, and that's there, the team, and that's the new coach, so manager. Sorry, but I have an idea.
Jurgen Klopp, very interesting character. Meanwhile, Tottenham Hotspur, they secured Europa League football by beating relegated Sheffield 3-0. Chelsea also beat Bournemouth 2-1 to qualify for the Conference League. Now, Baba Rahman, he won the Greek Super League with PAOK following their 2-1 win over Aris yesterday. Baba finished the season with 9 goal contributions in 28 games. In Spain, Inaki Williams was named La Liga's African Player of the Season for his 12 goals and 3 assists this season. And in Belgium, Denis Odoi scored the winner against Majid Ashimeru's Anderlecht to send Club Brugge top of the league with 1 game to go. They will be champions of Belgium if they avoid defeat in their last game this weekend. Elsewhere, FIFA postponed its decision on a proposal to suspend the Israeli national team from international competitions because of its ongoing war against Hamas, and FIFA say they are seeking legal assessment on the matter. In boxing, Ukraine's Alexander Usyk became the first undisputed heavyweight champion in 25 years with a split decision victory over Tyson Fury on Saturday night in Saudi Arabia. Usyk dedicated the win to the people of Ukraine who have been at war with Russia for the past 27 months.
My people, very happy, I think. My people, it's a big winner, not only for me. It's a big winner for my country, for people, for soldiers who now defend my country.
That's Alexander Usyk there. Tyson Fury, on the other hand, was convinced he won the fight.
I believe I won that fight. I believe he won a few of the rounds, but I won majority of them. And I believe it was, what can you do, one of them things, decisions in boxing. We both put on a good fight, best we could do. And, you know, his country's at war, so people are siding with the country at war. But make no mistake, I won that fight in my opinion, and I'll be back. I've got a rematch clause.
That's Tyson Fury there. Before we go in the NBA, the Minnesota Timberwolves are back in the NBA Conference Finals for the first time in 2 decades after an impressive come-from-behind win against defending champions, the Denver Nuggets. They will now take on Dallas Mavericks, who beat the Oklahoma City Thunder on Saturday to book their own final spot. In the Eastern Conference, the Indiana Pacers eliminated the New York Knicks to set up a final meeting with the Boston Celtics, with Game 1 scheduled for Tuesday. And in Formula 1, Red Bull's Max Verstappen held off a late charge from McLaren's Lando Norris to win the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix and extend his championship lead to 48 points. That's all the latest from the world of sports this morning on the Choice Sports Centre. My name is Fento Tahir Fento. Back to you, Mama V.
All right, thanks, Fence. And let's just cross over right now to Unclable White, who's standing by for Food for Thoughts. Is brought to us by Riverman Productions. Be the difference.
The difference.
Unclable, good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. I hope you had a good weekend.
Oh, I did. I was in Asamankesi on business. And I had a good time at Asamankesi. So, good morning to you, Mr. Daniel Yabua. of Junelle Lodge. Thanks for your hospitality, and to the team that hosted us. Thank you very much. Gorgeous, this morning I wanted to engage Fentu on a few matters, but we've run out of time, so let me go on.
Yeah, we'll have the conversation on Thursday, but he's here though.
Uncle, good morning. How are you?
Well, I'm running out of time, but I'm fine.
But you monitored everything.
He always does.
Oh, I watched the fight between Tyson Fury. Should shut up. He was beaten. He lost that fight.
At his post-match press conference, he wished the reporters a happy new year. So there are people claiming that he might have even suffered a concussion.
Of course, no. You saw the knockdown.
Of course.
He was saved by the bell. And then I wanted to also congratulate Man City and especially Pep Guardiola.
Oh yeah.
It's an impressive
Unbelievable.
But you see, no matter how if this had gone the other way, Pep would still have had a certain satisfaction in Arsenal winning.
That is right.
Arteta is his boy.
Yeah.
That's right.
So that would still have been his legacy. But Arteta has been impressive. Xavi Alonso out there also in Germany has been very impressive. But Fento, let me go on to my presentation because you and I will talk.
All the best.
We may take the morning show. Gorgeous, for this year's celebration of mothers, I have been remembering my mother who left us 11 years ago in 2013. Now, when we think of a mother, we often think in terms of our own mothers, but a mother is a mother to all, or she's mother to none. And this experience of my mother illustrates that. You may remember that my mother sold fish at Asafo Market. The trade was credit-based. My mother and her colleagues traveled to Tema to buy their stocks for cash, and then came to Kumasi to sell on credit. 1 week was the usual length of the credit given. On one occasion, a woman from the Konongo market bought 5 cartons of fish from my mother and vanished. For 1 month, she did not show up. She used to come to the Asafo Market in the company of other women from Konongo, but for 1 month, the other women came, but this woman did not come with them. My mother asked the others about her, and she was told that the woman was around, though not as active as she used to be. My mother sent messages through her friends to tell her to let her have her money. The women would report back that they had delivered the message to her, but the money would not come. My mother gave it another week, and then decided to travel to Konongo to go and chase her money. Now, remember that I have told you that my mother was a very feisty and no-nonsense woman who did not shy away from a fight if you brought one to her. She will not start a fight, but if you brought one to her, you are welcome. And so to compel her to travel to your town to chase her money, you can be sure will not be a pleasant experience for you. That day, when my mother said goodbye to me to set off for Konongo, I knew that the woman was in trouble. She would have to mark that day as one of the worst days of her life. My mother got to Konongo at about 11 a.m. and following the directions she had been given by the other women from Konongo, she made her way to the house. It was one of those compound houses with a circular shape, with one gate that leads into a courtyard, and with the various rooms facing the courtyard. When my mother got to the gate, it was about 11:30. She saw a boy of about 4 at the gate, and the boy had been crying so much and for so long that phlegm had built up right from his nose to his upper lip, and he was losing his voice. The mother in my mother was awakened. She went to the boy, cleaned his face, and asked him, "Where's your mother?" The boy pointed towards the courtyard. My mother took his hand and entered the courtyard with him. The courtyard was empty and the house seemed empty except for a lone figure sitting on a kitchen stool with her face in her hands. All the other tenants of the house had either gone to the market or to the farm or to the roadside to sell to passengers going to and coming from Kumasi. My mother approached this woman and discovered that she was the woman who owed her. The woman was alarmed to see my mother and she said, "Hey, Mami Fante, what are you doing here?" My mother said, First of all, I found this boy crying his heart out at the gate. Where is his mother? The woman said, "I am his mother." My mother said, "How can you let your son cry like that? Don't you know that he could get sick from crying that much?" The woman said, "Mami Fante, he is crying because he is hungry." My mother said, "If he's hungry, then give him something to eat." The woman said, "That is the problem. There is no food, and I don't have a peswa to buy anything. And so my child and I have not eaten anything since the morning, and I have no idea where I would get money to buy even bread for him today." Maybe the fire in my mother disappeared. She had 5 boys of her own, and she thought of every one of her sons and imagined even one of them going hungry for the whole morning. The woman said, "My mother died and I had to go to our village to bury her. By the time the funeral was over, all my working capital was gone. The funeral swallowed everything I had, and now I owe everyone, and so I cannot go anywhere for help." She said, "My son cried himself to sleep last night, and the situation has not changed this morning." My mother's heart broke. Not for the woman. As for the woman, she wanted to strangle her for her money. She did not care if that woman's mother had died. She had no business spending money that was not hers on the funeral. But my mother's heart was broken for the boy because she saw her own sons in that boy and could not imagine what it would be like to watch your child starve. She took out the little money she had on her and gave it all to the woman and said, "Get up, go and prepare some food for your son." She looked into her bag and found a piece of bread she had brought along the way for her own breakfast and gave it to the boy and returned to Kumasi. She had set out from Kumasi to be a debt collector, but had become the provider for the very family that she was going to rough up for her money. The mother in her had interfered with the no-nonsense businesswoman that she was. And from that day, my mother never traveled to chase any debts. You know, Maravi, a mother is mother to all, or she's mother to none. And that's my presentation this morning.
Oh, Antiama. Uncle,
yeah,
we thank you.
Welcome and have a fantastic week.
All right, have a good one too. That's Uncle Abel White with Food for Thoughts for us today. Uncle is back on Thursday for another Food for Thoughts. Is always brought to us by Riverman Productions. Be the difference. It brings us to exactly 8 o'clock. So let's bring you the Business Minutes. Thanks to Consolidated Bank Ghana, Anointed Electricals, and Wyca Recapital. Here we go with the Business Minutes.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Wyca Recapital together towards tomorrow. Finance Minister Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam has revealed government is set to sign an agreement on debt restructuring with external creditors this week. The Finance Minister disclosed this in an interview with the Ghana News Agency. Managing Director of First Bank Ghana, Victor Asante, is projecting some relative stability for the city in the coming days. This is based on measures that the Bank of Ghana has taken over the past few days, including improved market support. Government has reached a deal with cement manufacturers over the pricing of their products. China has launched an anti-dumping probe into imports of a widely used plastic from the US, EU, Taiwan, and Japan. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, Anointed Electric House, the Generator Express, and Waika Recap together towards tomorrow.
Morning Show.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Keep that frequency clear. 99.7.
And you heard that the Business Minute brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana. CBG, we stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the Generator Experts, and Waika Recapital together towards tomorrow. Now, Anointed Engineering Services Limited, as you well know, is into the sales of ultra-silent generators. And they sell from 5 kVA to 2,500 kVA. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generators. They also stock genuine spare parts. And they do generator rentals as well. They've got branches nationwide in Amrahia. You can find Anointed at Frims Oil on the main Adenta Dodowa Road, also in East Legon, Lagos Avenue Road, opposite Tombrick Hotel, and in Tema General Hospital. Road Community 9 is just after the overhead. They're also in Kaswa off the Wager Kaswa Road near Semaf Cement Depot, and they have a huge head office at number 77 Anointed House off the Odoko Malam Road. Call their hotline anytime on 0243 480334 0243 480334, and Anointed will sort you out. Waika Recapital is a multinational fund management company regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. What do they do? Well, Waika Recapital has got experience in fund management and investment banking, and they have over the years helped their customers to thrive by enabling them to achieve their lifetime financial goals. So Waika Recapital invests funds in ways that create a positive future for its customers and their families as well as businesses. They also offer corporate finance and advisories. Waika Recapital will help customers to create the best life. So you too can create your best life. Just speak to Waika Recapital and allow them to create a best life for you. Call them today on 050-1577-546 or 050-1577-547. They've got their office on the 4th floor of the Gulf House opposite the Ghana Standards Authority here in Accra. Visit their website and explore waikarecapital.com. It's WAICAREcapital.com, and you can get more information on their website. Waika Recapital, together towards tomorrow.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
That's right, and thanks to EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. Malatu from NS Chemist. Malatu, power over malaria, GTP lifestyle. The Rapinol, when the pain is too much to bear, grab Rapinol from Dennis Iton PLC. Rapinol, the rapid pain reliever. We're able to share the messages that you send to us on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. Also on X, Joy997 with the hashtag Joy SMS, as well as on Facebook. So please keep messages coming through. And this is the year to stop singing and talking about chopping and enjoying life and just do it, says EcoBank. So EcoBank has over 1 million cedis worth of cash and prizes in the EcoBank Million Gang promo for you and over 7,000 others across Ghana. Winners will be rewarded bi-weekly, and you can be one of them, winning up to 10,000 Ghana cedis. There will also be 3 monthly draws, and all you have to do is just deposit cash in multiples of 500 Ghana cedis into your EcoBank account at your nearest branch, EcoBank Express Point. You can also do so via EcoBank Mobile to stand a chance of winning. Other prizes include fuel vouchers, shopping vouchers, airtime, and many more. Promotion is on to July 31st. 2024. It's your time to chop life. Remember, every 500 Ghana cedis deposit earns you an entry into the EMG draw. A better way to enjoy life, a better way, a better Africa. EcoBank is the Pan-African bank. Today on the Super Morning Show, we've got a Hotline documentary to share titled When the Mind Is Not. Is a documentary about the complex issues of mental health, produced by Emmanuel Jivenu.
Something must be.
The impact of stigmatizing persons living with mental disorders can be significant and far-reaching.
First time I was stigmatized, I was fired from my job. This was my first job after national service. I was teaching at a school, and I was really under a lot of stress. So I wasn't getting enough sleep. I was commuting to work every day. It was also a very toxic and stressful environment to be working in. I cried, I was hurt. It's because I didn't understand why all the other teachers were going through the same level of stress and pressure, but I was breaking down. Less than 24 hours, she told all the members of management. I was called for a meeting and I was told that was my last day of work at the school, and I was fired.
At the beginning, you don't like your baby. You don't even want to be a mother. It's like, is this thing for me? And also, is this the thing that is so hyped? This wasn't really living up to my expectations.
About half of healthcare professionals in the country said they are not familiar with maternal mental health issues. And that is a big gap. Yes. Okay, so there's a gap in our own knowledge, skills, and ability as providers.
There's going to be so much pressure on you to make sure that the breast milk is flowing, you bond with your baby, you put everything in place before you go back to work. And mind you, at that time, still, your hormones have not returned to normal. You physically, mentally, emotionally, you're not ready for work. You can't even be productive at work. And then also, one of the things that people don't talk about is mom guilt. So you're at work and you're feeling so guilty leaving the 3-month-old is barely, it's still a newborn at home under the care of who? If you don't have the right assistance, then who is it? So I believe that extending maternity leave, I feel that will play a major role in curbing some of these mental health challenges that we face. I was never one of those mothers that once I popped the baby, I smiled into my baby's face and then held him and rocked him. No. I was just happy to be done with that experience. The nurses came for him and I was so relieved. So I never really bonded with him the first few, maybe even weeks.
Keep this frequency clear. 99.7.
It's a really important documentary that we're sharing with all of you today. I am very excited because in this documentary, there are things that you wouldn't hear a lot of mothers, for instance, share after welcoming the birth of their children. And a lot of people will be able to relate. The documentary also delves into other issues, so it's not just the mothers, the postpartum depression that we're talking about. We also talk about other mental health illnesses as well. And it's as worrying the fact that about half, and you heard Dr. Promise Sefuga say in that piece that I just played to you, that about half of healthcare practitioners themselves are not familiar with maternal health issues. So we've got a long way to go, but the exciting news about the documentary is we share the issues, but we also talk about the solutions. And it's good to hear others share their issues. You will be able to relate, trust me, after you hear this documentary at 8:30 a.m. exactly today, right here on the Super Morning Show. We will also stream on YouTube and on Facebook as well. Big stories brought to us by Telecel, connecting energies, latest from your partner for life, and Equity Health Insurance here for you. So picture this: you're lying in bed After a long day seeking comfort and relaxation, but instead you're met with a mattress that sacks beneath you, a reminder of shortcuts and compromises. Your comfort and well-being should have never been compromised. That's why we at Latest Foam prioritize quality above all else. Step into our showrooms and experience the difference for yourself. Our high-quality mattresses and furniture crafted with your ultimate relaxation in mind. Picture waking up refreshed, rejuvenated, and ready to take on the day. That's the Latest Foam promise. So invest in your well-being. Choose Latest Foam. Otherwise, you did do yourself. Latest Foam is your partner for life. Visit any of their showrooms today and sleep better tonight. You thank me later. Even if you don't thank me, the fact that you slept well will mean everything. So call Latest Foam on 0302 231155 262, or you can also call 0322 008499. Visit Latest Foam online. They've got a website, is latestfoamghana.com. latestfoamghana.com.
Now you're about to have the world at your fingertips because the wait is finally over. We're talking about Telcel being here, right? Mm-hmm. You have everything you want and need. Quick and reliable communication. Stress-free money transactions via Telcel Cash. Transforming your big business ideas into success stories with Telcel Business and more. Connect with Telcel and enjoy a world of endless possibilities. Because with Telcel, there's no limit, absolutely none, to connections. Telcel, connecting energies.
And in today's competitive business landscape, a healthy workforce is the foundation of success. That's why we have designed our corporate health plans to empower your employees and enhance your organization's performance. With Equity Health Insurance, you're not just investing in insurance, you are investing in the future of your company. Our plans are tailored to meet the unique needs of your employees, providing comprehensive coverage and incomparable benefits. Our commitment goes beyond paperwork and premiums. At Equity Health Insurance, we stay with you all the way. Call Equity Health Insurance on 0501 515 124 or 0506 607 910 and let Equity Health serve you better. Equity Health Insurance, here for you.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
All right, time for us to bring you Insurance Today. Is brought to you by Enterprise Insurance at 100, celebrating our legacy, securing your future. Here's Insurance Today.
Insurance Today is a public education service by Enterprise Insurance. Ensure you speak with your insurance broker or agent before making any insurance decisions.
Hello again. We have an exciting subject for you today as we talk about claim, which for a policyholder is the most important part of his insurance contract. A claim is a formal request made by a policyholder to an insurance company for compensation for loss incurred arising from a risk covered under the policy. Upon all the terms of the contract met and validated, the insurer will issue payment to the insured or beneficiary approved by the policyholder in the policy. However, if the agreed terms of the policy have not been met or adhered to by the policyholder, the insurer reserves the right to refuse paying the claim. In some cases, a third party is able to file for claims on behalf of the insured person, but in the majority of cases, only the person or persons listed in the policy are entitled to claim payments. A paid insurance claim protects the policyholder against financial loss, and the most common of claims involve payments demanded from insurance by policyholders to meet costs for or losses from physical damage to lives and properties, liability for the ownership of dwellings by homeowners, landlords and renters, and liability resulting from the ownership or use of vehicles and machinery. Importantly, the number of claims a person files may have an effect on the premium rates he has to pay for subsequent insurance policies. It is possible that filing too many claims may make an insurance company hesitate to offer risk coverage. That's it for now. Join us again. Reach us by WhatsApp at 0548 231149 or email us at insurancetoday@enterpriseinsurance.com. at myenterprisegroup.io.
Enterprise, your advantage.
I send them, you get them. I get them, I send them. I get them, I pay them.
Telesale cash.
I get them, I pick them.
Telesale cash.
You get them, I send them.
Telesale cash.
I send them, you get them.
Telesale cash.
I get them. I buy them, I take them. I pay them, I send them.
Telesale cash. Telesale cash.
Experience the ultimate convenience of sending money on Telesale Cash. Sending money from Telesale Cash to Telesale Cash is free. You can also make payments to merchants on all networks. Enjoy best value and total security with Telesale Cash.
Telecel, connecting energies.
This is what it has come to, the moment that defines a season. It's the finale, and I want it all. I want all the gold and the drama. I want Pep and Klopp racing for the top. I want the biggest stars shining on Champions League nights. I want the fairy tale stories and the glory. I want the passion of Serie A. I want the flair of La Liga. I want the Premier League. I want the football finals. I want it all. Reconnect to catch every match live on DSTV.
From the producers of The Gods Are Not to Blame comes another theatrical marvel.
A deformity. It's a deformity.
In honor of Professor Martin Owusu, dive deep into the heart of Ghanaian theater as Image Bureau, in partnership with April Communications and the National Theater, presents The Legend of Akusika.
That's orphan who killed her mother and destroyed her own father.
Live at the National Theater on June 1st, 2nd, 8th, and 9th at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day. Tickets selling now at imagebureaugh.com or dial *714 *11 *21 #. The Legend of Akusika, supported by the Ghana Tourism Authority, Knee Plans Car Rentals, MGL Logistics, IPMC, YFM, and proudly brought to you by Joy Prime and the National Lottery Authority. The Legend of Akusika.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Welcome to Cell Auto Knowledge. Here is today's tip. Black exhaust is a common issue faced by diesel trucks, and it can indicate various underlying problems. In diesel engines, dirty injectors can contribute to inefficient combustion. Shell says Dynaflex technology in Shell fuel contains powerful new improved cleaning molecule that help to maintain injector cleanliness. Fill up with Shell fuels today and give your car the love it needs for better journeys.
Do you need a car for a day, a week, or longer? Look no further. Avis Rent-A-Car Ghana has got you covered, catering to your every need. Whether it's self-drive or chauffeur-driven, we ensure your journey is filled with comfort and style. Choose from our range of sedans, SUVs, mini SUVs, vans, and buses available to suit your business or planning need. With Avis, your journey knows no bounds. We travel anywhere in Ghana, Benin, Togo, and Cote d'Ivoire. Our prices start from as low as 600 Ghana cedis a day. T&Cs apply. Call us now on 0302-761-751 or email rentacar@avisghana.com. Visit our website avisghana.com. Avis Rent-A-Car. Plan on us.
Waikari Capital. We are a multinational fund management company regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Our aim is to help our customers thrive by enabling them to achieve their lifetime financial goals while investing their funds in ways that create a positive future for them, their families, and their businesses. In this way, we help them to create the best life. Speak to us today. Call us on 050-157-7546 or 050-157-7547. Visit www.waikaricapital.com. Waikari Capital. Together towards tomorrow.
Hey, Cashman.
Yeah.
Don't you know Nana has assembled all of us and you are here making calls?
My generator is spoiled too. So I'm calling a renowned Ghanaian company with an excellent track record in the sales and repairs of generator sets in Accra to come and repair for me.
Oh, is it Anointed Electricals?
Yeah.
Anointed Electricals deals in quality and genuine generators with high fuel efficiency. We also rent generators.
They sell quality generators from 10 kVA to 2,500 kVA. They have spare parts of other generators and can repair every faulty generator set even if you didn't buy from them.
Look, now we don't have any electrical problem in Accra.
Oh, how?
Because Anointed Electricals is right here at East Legon, Lagos Avenue, opposite Tomric Hotel. And that's why Nana is calling us.
Okay.
Yes. If you want to buy a brand new generator or repair the old one, visit Anointed Electricals. Or if you are within Accra, call our hotline 0246 423 534 or call 0243 480 334. They have qualified and dedicated men on 24-hour after-sales service.
Then let's go and listen to Nana. Let's go.
Gosh, after giving you the hint, won't you give me anything?
Anointed, the generator experts.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
That's right, it's the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. In about 7 minutes or so, we'll bring you a Hotline Documentary, When the Mind Is Not. It's coming up shortly, but first, dear valued shareholder, it is crucial in today's dynamic market environment to stay informed about the performance and status of your shares. To facilitate this, we kindly request you to update your records with us. You can conveniently do so by visiting the nearest GCB Bank branch or by accessing the website gcb.com.gh. By keeping your records current, you enable us to provide you with timely updates and notifications related to your shares. Your investment matters to us, and we're committed to delivering reliable services that cater to your financial needs. Don't miss out on important updates that could impact your investment decisions. Take a moment to visit us today at any of our branches nationwide and ensure that your records are up to date. GCB, your bank for life.
You see why you were making mistakes. You've not done what you normally do, but because you've not said good mornings to the people who must be greeted. But the Public Interest and Accountability Committee, PIAC,
a wonderful gentleman,
is pleased to announce the launch of its 2023 annual report on the management and use of petroleum revenues in Ghana. Join the launch. That's on Tuesday, the 21st of May, 2024, at 10:15 a.m. live on Joy 99.7 FM and on PIAC's Facebook page at PIAC Ghana. Mark your calendars and be part of this insightful conversation on the use of our petroleum revenue. Remember, the event will be live on Joy 99.7 FM at exactly 10:15 a.m. For more information, reach out to PIAC via any of our social media handles at PIAC Ghana or via WhatsApp on 055-441-6544. PIAC, safeguarding Ghana's petroleum revenue.
Now, give your eyes the best attention they deserve. Don't joke with your eye health this month. With 33 years of experience,
Robert & Sons Limited Optical Services continues to offer comprehensive eye care services to help address the many eye problems or conditions affecting our daily lives and activities. So you could get all-day comprehensive eye testing with modern equipment. There are eye specialist services, pediatric eye care services, visual field testing, which I do as often as I can, retina damage detection scan called OCT, and of course you can buy the very best 100% original and unbeatable frames and optical products, including contact lenses and solutions. Do you like my Tom Fords?
Yeah.
From Robert & Sons. So go visit Robert & Sons Optical in Adabraka, Usudankwa Circle, Tema Community 6, Weja, East Legon, Adenta, Kumasi, Ahojo, Kuforidia, and the new and ultra-modern Abrepo Junction branch, which is in Kumasi. If you want to know more, call 0302 222 601, or just go to Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter and look for Robert N. Sons Ltd. Robert & Sons Optical Services. Seeing is believing.
Now, there's good news from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Together with the stakeholders, they are inviting the general public to the third Made in Ghana Bazaar, which is to be held at the Accra International Conference Center from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2024. This is under the theme Prompting Made in, as in you get to promote Made in Ghana goods and services for economic prosperity. So that's what we are doing. We are promoting Made in Ghana goods and services for economic prosperity. Kojo Jansen says it's Made in Ghana. Now, there will be live performances of authentic Ghanaian music, playground for kids, and panel discussions on the changing nature of economic diplomacy, the private sector perspective. There's also equipping SMEs to take advantage of the AFTA, that's Africa Continental Free Trade Area, now, projecting the creative art industry for sustainable development. That's part of the issues to be dealing with. Admission is absolutely free. For inquiries, call 0538 062 264 or 0209249932. Visit the third Made in Ghana Bazaar and shop for your authentic Ghanaian products at affordable prices. Yawazoye?
No. Raymond, we're talking about the complex issues of mental health when the mind is not. Is our latest Hotline documentary that we'll be sharing with our listeners and our viewers, because it will be streamed on Facebook and on YouTube in 2 minutes exactly. What are your expectations, guys?
Well, I'll be honest, this is a conversation that we ought to be having far more often. As a country, we have completely relegated mental health to the background, to the sidelines, and it affects so many people. I mean, postpartum depression is only one example of something that is prevalent to varying degrees among mothers, okay? Some people's postpartum depression is quite easy to manage. It just manifests in a few mood swings and they're okay. There are a few days when they're like, oh, I've just had enough, husband, please take the baby, for a walk for a while I decompress. That's about the extent of it for some women. For others, it manifests in some deep, dark thoughts where you look at your baby and you are thinking horrible things, and these things are real. All that triggers it is the fact that you've had a child. You've brought another being into this world that you are biologically designed to provide for, but you don't always understand what this child needs. When they are crying so loud, you don't really know what they want, and it can really get to you. Add in the sleep deprivation that comes with having a newborn, and look, it's a recipe for mental illness. But we don't even understand it. 50% of those who are supposed to provide the care don't even know what it's about. So today's documentary is seminal. It is important. We need to really pay attention to what has been uncovered so that as a nation we can start plugging the hole before we find ourselves, in a place we don't want to be.
Exactly. All right. So let's get into it then. This documentary was produced by Emmanuel Jivenu. It will be streaming at, this is just about some seconds now. So please join us on Facebook, Joy997, on YouTube as well. And of course, right here on radio. This is our latest Hotline documentary.
Mental health is a fundamental aspect of our well-being, shaping how we navigate life's challenges, build relationships, and contribute to our communities. In Ghana, this vital aspect of human experience is both resilient and a battleground against stigma and misunderstanding. In recent years, there's been a growing recognition of the importance of addressing mental health issues and promoting awareness across the country. However, the journey to safeguarding the mental well-being of Ghanaians is far from over. My name is Emmanuel Jivanu, and in this documentary, I explore Ghana's mental health landscape to uncover the challenges people with lived experiences face in accessing care and support. The cry of a newborn baby brings immense joy. For mothers, it is a dream come true and the beginning of motherhood. Amidst the joy and excitement, there can be unexpected challenges. For some mothers, the days after delivery bring not only physical changes, but also emotional struggles that can be difficult to navigate.
I had heard about pregnancy, motherhood and all that stuff. You read about some of the things, but I don't think that anything adequately prepares you for what the journey will be like afterwards.
Inokwa Grain is a mother of 3. In 2017, she welcomed her first child. Little did she know that the arrival of her bundle of joy would also sink her into the depths of what health professionals call postpartum depression.
That amount of pain that I was in, I think it sent me over the edge. I had the pain of the latch, and then also I guess like the emotional pain of not being able to breastfeed immediately. Then also the fact that I had the stitch.
The happiness of having a baby turns out to be a mirage for some mothers who drown in depression. Somehow, these mothers begin to feel a certain weird sense of inadequacy and a feeling that they are failing as mothers.
I was never one of those mothers that once I popped the baby, I smiled into my baby's face and then held him and rocked him. No, I was just happy to be done with that experience. The nurses came for him and I was so relieved. So I never really bonded with him the first few, maybe even weeks.
When a woman is pregnant, the placenta is what connects the baby to the mother. The placenta produces high levels of some hormone we call estrogen and progesterone. And these ones trigger the brain to produce some feel-good chemicals. One of them is called dopamine, another one is called serotonin. So these help the woman to cope with the stress of pregnancy. Okay, feel good, feel good, feel good. So when she's delivered and the placenta separates and comes out, the level of estrogen and progesterone that trigger the feel-good things would drop. So the feel-good things have dropped. At the same time, she has a new baby and the stress of taking care of the new baby goes up. So this is what explains it. But different people have different vulnerabilities.
Postpartum depression is a reality for many women, affecting roughly 4 in every 10 mothers. It is a complex and often misunderstood condition that can manifest in a variety of ways, from overwhelming sadness and anxiety to feelings of inadequacy and guilt.
Very dark thoughts, very, very dark thoughts. Like you start to, first of all, you at the beginning, you don't like your baby. You don't like your baby. You don't even want to be a mother. It's like, is this thing for me? And also, is this the thing that is so hyped? This wasn't really living up to my expectations.
The risk factors of mental illness can vary from hormonal changes to lack of support and a history of mental health issues.
People generally going through a lot of psychosocial stresses. When we talk about psychosocial stresses, I mean finances is a psychosocial stressor. marital problems. If you are married, it's a even work. Your concerns about work. Am I going to lose my job? How much maternity leave am I entitled to? Will I be replaced if I go? So all these are psychosocial stresses that can trigger it.
Dealing with postpartum depression involves a combination of self-care strategies, seeking professional help, building a support network, and making lifestyle adjustments. Mothers seeking help should see it as a sign of strength and not weakness. Postpartum mental depression is treatable, and with the right support and resources, affected mothers can enjoy a fulfilling motherhood journey.
There's treatments for women who have any postpartum mental illness at all, and by extension, anybody with a mental illness. So the first thing is identifying that this person has a problem.
At the beginning, when I was working out, it was just, I had a little trampoline in the house, and it was just simple things like just jumping on the trampoline. It did me a lot of good because there was something about my heart pumping and things like that that I felt rejuvenated, and like I felt like I had the best of energy, and I felt like I was becoming myself again.
Just like any mental illness, stigma surrounding postpartum depression is prevalent in Ghanaian society, making it difficult for mothers to openly discuss their feelings or seek professional help.
In Ghana, there isn't a lot of information and a lot of knowledge when it comes to postpartum depression. People just say, oh, you know, it's normal. What you were going through, you went through it.
There's a lot of stigma in the community. The patients we spoke to who have lived experiences, they say friends abandoned them. My husband's mother told the son not to even have intimacy with me because I was mad and I was going to get to transfer it to him. Another mother-in-law said to the son that we will not allow this your wife to bring madness into our family. We don't want madness. We won't allow her to bring it. That is stigma right from the home and the community.
So if it's the person is still on admission, the midwife sees it, the doctor sees it, they refer to a psychiatrist. If it's a family member, you bring the person to see a psychiatrist. We assess the person and then we intervene. There are medications, there are psychological interventions, and other procedures for them so that we shorten the illness. As I've said, it has devastating effects on the baby, so the aim is to shorten it as much as possible. And in extreme cases, I've said that it can lead to self-harm on the mother's side and even death of the baby, called infanticide. So you can imagine that potentially it's quite dangerous.
There is a general lack of awareness and appreciation of postpartum mental health issues. Ghana's healthcare system often lacks sufficient resources, including mental health professionals, for postpartum depression screening and treatment.
About half of healthcare professionals in the country said they are not familiar with maternal mental health issues. And that is a big gap. Yes. Okay, so there's a gap in our own knowledge, skills, and ability providers. And the providers have called for integration of maternal mental health. One, right from the point of training, at the point of training midwives, medical students, and the postgraduates, that we should hammer more on these things. Then they have the skills and the knowledge.
As a mother, if you know that you are supposed to exclusively breastfeed for 6 months, that's what the public health nurses tell us all the time. And then, yet you have to go back to work after 3 months. There's going to be so much pressure on you to make sure that the breast milk is flowing, you bond with your baby, you put everything in place before you go back to work. And mind you, at that time, still, your hormones have not returned to normal. You physically, mentally, emotionally, you are not ready for work. You can't even be productive at work. And then also, one of the things that people don't talk about is mom guilt. So you're at work and you're feeling so guilty leaving the 3-month-old is it's still a newborn at home under the care of who? If you don't have the right assistance, then who is it? So I believe that extending maternity leave, I mean, I feel that will play a role, a major role in curbing some of these mental health challenges that we face.
Meet Esinam Abradra, a mental health advocate and a content creator. Her journey to this point has been anything but daunting.
Hi guys, welcome back to the Mental Health Quarters. Today we'll be learning about 5 things I love about being a mental health advocate.
Esinam was diagnosed with bipolar disorder 9 years ago while a student at the university. The diagnosis felt like a death sentence, shattering her plans and leaving her feeling isolated.
I was diagnosed at the age of 21, and at the time I had little knowledge about mental health. So when I was diagnosed, to me it sounded like a death sentence, and I felt like all my plans for life have ended.
Esinam's initial years were marked by denial and resistance to treatment, fueled by misconceptions about faith and professional help.
So the first year I was diagnosed, I was in denial. I did not want to accept what the psychiatrist and psychologist told me. I did not want to accept because I thought accepting means that I don't have faith in God or believe in God that He can heal me. And the Bible also says a lot of things about good health and healing and all of that. So I thought if I take the medication or I go for review appointments and things like that, it means that I have given up. After that 1 year of being in denial and realizing that my symptoms were not going away, things were getting worse, I came home that long vacation and I listened to a podcast by Bishop Daki Wadmilse. It was Wisdom 14. He was talking about how there's nothing wrong with seeking professional help. So after hearing that, I realized, okay, then God has nothing against seeking professional help and taking medication to help with your mental health. So I said I was going to try it.
Her journey of living with bipolar disorder has been fraught with challenges, including episodes that strained relationships and jeopardized her career.
With the mania, when it comes like that, one of the things that I do is I talk a lot. Sometimes what I'm talking about, it doesn't add up. And because I am having racing thoughts, I'm having so many ideas coming to my something will say, why don't you start a business? Why don't you name it this? Why don't you get investors? Sometimes these thoughts, they are not things you can execute, but when you are having them, they seem like things you can execute right now. I do become extravagant. I go shopping. Some of the things that I'm buying, I don't need them, or I'll buy 2 of things I don't need. And sometimes when I buy the things a lot like that, I will give them out to people. And my money too that I have, I will spend everything, whether it's in my mobile money accounts, bank accounts. I just wipe everything. I'll just spend all the money. And sometimes I become very rude, obnoxious. I just sometimes can say the most unpleasant things because my inhibitions are lowered. And sometimes you can even tell from my dressing and my makeup that I am manic, because I would dress differently from the way I usually dress. Sometimes I would dress very seductively.
On top of my head, I can think about like 13 million people in Ghana who have this condition. I mean, that's huge. So we always say that if you count 5 people, generally, maybe 1 out of the 5 who have some form of morbidity that they are dealing with in the mental health space. So that's huge. But for the specific conditions, we have prevalence. So for example, for schizophrenia, we know that 1%. So if you have like 100 people, you count 1 up to 100, at least one of them will have the condition. Bipolar is like 1.2, depression is like 2%. So for each of them, we have ranges of prevalence for them. So I think the most important thing for people to realize is that it's quite common. I mean, if you are looking at 1 out of 5 people having some form of mental health condition, not necessarily a diagnosis, but some kind of morbidity or some kind of distress that you're going through.
The impact of stigmatizing persons living with mental disorders can be significant and far-reaching.
The first time I was stigmatized, I was fired from my job. This was my first job after national service. I was teaching at a school, and I was really under a lot of stress. Stress is one of the triggers and stresses when it comes to bipolar disorder. So I wasn't getting enough sleep. I was commuting to work every day. It was also a very toxic and stressful environment to be working in. Twice I dozed off at 2 meetings and I was embarrassed. I was disgraced and all of that, and I cried. I was hurt. It's because I didn't understand why all the other teachers were going through the same level of stress and pressure, but I was breaking down. Less than 24 hours, she told all the members of management. I was called for a meeting and I was told that was my last day of work at the school, and I was fired.
The workplace can be a very stressful environment, for a number of issues. And so the authority has decided to engage in mental health in the corporate world. And here the focus is going to be on enlightenment and encouraging people in the corporate world to come out and seek treatment if they feel they have issues with mental disorder.
Esinam's story is just one part of a larger narrative. Meet John Asogonde, whose battle with substance use disorder led him down a dark and dangerous path. From early exposure to pornography by his cousin to the allure of alcohol and drugs, John gradually drowned into addiction.
We started with pornography. I was just in class 6, also about 12 years of age, when I got introduced to pornography. Then eventually started masturbating. And so this sort of laid the foundation for other habits to seep in.
Substance abuse can develop for various reasons, including genetic predisposition, environmental factors, and trauma, as well as using substance as a coping mechanism for stress and other challenges. It is often a complex interplay of biological, psychological, and social factors.
By the time I got to secondary school, I got introduced to alcohol and cigarettes. And this was just peer pressure. Your friends are doing it and they tell you about it and you're curious, you want to try it. And so I tried it. Alcohol is very bitter, so I didn't even like it. But I liked the effect it gave. You know, it made me feel like I was confident or I could move around swiftly. And so I just kept on drinking every now and then when we go for parties. You know, cigarettes were just smoking for fun.
If you have friends you want to identify with, especially those who have low self-esteem and they need other people to validate them, you will definitely do what they do because they are the go-to people, they are loud, they are very friendly, they are the people of the day. So, you know, that kind of lifestyle also kind of influences you to go ahead and use a substance. So that's one of the huge challenges with people who use it. It's usually peer associated.
Then when I got to the university, that's when this escalated because now I had freedom to do whatever I wanted to do. With my own room in the hostel, I could smoke anytime I wanted or drink anytime I wanted. And so in the university and my hostel, most of my friends were then smoking marijuana. And then they'll tell you that marijuana is better than the cigarettes because marijuana is natural. It's God's own given plant. And for a young, impressionable mind like mine back then, I was curious and decided to try it. Before I realized this thing became a daily habit.
We are also collaborating with the Narcotic Commission to see how best we can protect and preserve the mental health of individuals who are addicted to substances.
Addiction to drugs and alcohol can have profound effects on one's mental health. This leads to constrained relationships and financial difficulties, all of which can contribute to increased stress, anxiety, and depression. Substance use disorder can also impair judgment and decision-making abilities, leading to risky behaviors.
I've had several accidents that could have taken my life away, because I was drunk and high, driving around town, and I'll crash my car. Sometimes I'll get out of the accident and I don't even know how it happened.
A classical example is tramadol. It's a medication that is fantastic when it comes to treating pain. But unfortunately, it has some, fallouts. People can actually get hooked onto it. And for people to get hooked onto it, they really have to use really high doses, okay? In the consulting room, I'll prescribe like a 50 mg, but those who have to get hooked onto it will have to do like 250, 300, and it has its telling impact on the whole system.
I was so dazed with the pills I had taken. When we started taking tramadol, it was just one pill, but your tolerance level increases, so when you get to a point, you need to take more pills. And so this day, I think I had taken about 5 pills or so. And I was sitting in the trotro, I'd forgotten about myself, and I was drooling. And so a woman sitting by me in the trotro was just like, a fine gentleman like you, look at the way you have destroyed your life. Your mom is somewhere thinking her son is living right, and you've just destroyed yourself like this. And those words really hit me hard, because I felt so embarrassed for someone like me to just be sitting in a trotro and drooling because I was high on tramadol. Because of the drive and the craving, it's difficult for people to associate these substances with the deleterious effect that it's having on them and to move away from them. So that's why we have to come in our professionals to help them to process the whole thing, do a detox of them, get them into a therapeutic environment where they're able to see the association between the deleterious effect that it's having on them and the substance itself. The turning point happened in a very unconventional manner. And a few months later, something really tragic happened that's just, pushed me to surrender. So there was this guy that I used to follow on social media. He was living the best life, talking private jets, flashy cars, partying with the biggest celebrities around the world. One day I woke up and then I go on Instagram and I see this guy has jumped from the 10th floor of his penthouse in Miami and killed himself. And that was when the verse hit me. What shall it profit a man to gain the whole world and yet lose his soul? This guy I was following, I thought he had it all. He just killed himself like that.
Seeking professional treatment for substance use disorder is highly recommended for individuals struggling with addiction. For some, self-help, support groups, and lifestyle changes may be sufficient to overcome these obsessions.
Just as the spirituality is important, professional help is also very important. For me, thankfully, or let me say, by the grace of God, I didn't have to seek professional help. What it did for me was just my spirituality, my family, my immediate family. They were so loving and caring during that period. And then Christian fellowship. I belong to a Christian fellowship of businessmen where I was able to see young people like me who aspired to the morals and the values I wanted to aspire to. So that's what did it for me.
For treatment, I have been on medications, mood stabilizers and antipsychotic medications. My psychiatrists and psychologists I've had over the years have been very, very good. We have made a very good team, and they make me feel seen, they make me feel heard. I'm grateful to them all the time. I tell them that they are the cheerleaders on my road to recovery.
Many people are not aware that children can suffer from mental disorder. And mental disorder can start at a very early age. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist, but mental disorder can kick in from the age of 12 upwards. So it is very important that the Mental Health Authority gets schools on board in order to enlighten those concerned, counselors and so on.
Mental health funding in Ghana has historically faced challenges, including limited resources and attention compared to other areas of healthcare. However, in recent years, there has been increased recognition of the importance of mental health and efforts to improve funding and resources.
The Mental Health Act provides for a mental health fund. The law has been in force for more than 10 years and the fund is yet to be properly set up. That's one issue. The second matter is that mental health currently relies heavily on development partner assistance from WHO and from the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, FCDO. Mental health treatment is supposed to be free, but you may ask yourself, how free is free if the medication is not available? So the Mental Health Authority has been taking serious steps to get mental health covered by national health insurance. In actual fact, it's provided for in the Act, but it's a matter of making that become a reality.
Despite facing discrimination and hardship, Enoquagrain, Esinam and John have found strength in advocacy and education, using their platform to challenge stigma and promote understanding of mental health issues.
You can make it, you can thrive, you can be anything that you want to be. Sometimes it sounds impossible. Like when my doctors were telling me, I thought they were telling me because that's what they get paid to do. But I realized it is true. If you take your treatment, your medication seriously, you listen to the advice of your doctors, you do all these things, you will get better. You will see you make strides on your road to recovery. I tell people who are not consistent with their medications and all of that, that you won't see results, because if today you take your medication, tomorrow you don't take, next week you take today, you won't see results. You have to be consistent. When they tell you take it as prescribed, just do that.
Addiction spares no one, no matter your background, your race, your status, whatever the situation is. Addiction can always find its way into your life. And so it's important for us to be open and honest. There is help, but you must be willing to seek that help.
If depression is not treated, you can become suicidal and also think about death. And that is not what we stand for. We are here to give life. We are here to make sure we sustain life and make life more enjoyable for everybody. So our word to you is to reach out to us when you need it, and it's not as grim as you might be thinking of where you are sitting, but get closer and let's give you a lens through which you view your conditions, and we believe that it will be well with you.
We've done very well with increasing our human resource in mental health, but we still have a long way to go, with particular reference to stigma and funding for mental health. So I would want more work to be done in advocacy, as well as to prepare funding for people who are vulnerable for mental health. Mental health can affect anybody at any level. It does not discriminate. It could be me today and you tomorrow.
Mental health disorder is not a death sentence. With the right support and treatment, it is possible to overcome the darkest of days and find light in the midst of darkness.
In your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Produced by Emmanuel Jivenu. And look, there's a lot to talk about. If you've listened to that, you know we have a serious problem on our hands. So let's get to grips with it. Professor Pidamanapo is the Chief Executive of the Mental Health Authority. She's our guest this morning. We'll be hearing from her and others after these.
Happy Monday. Welcome to Vital Signs by Sonotech Medical Center. I'm Dr. Grace Bachman. Today, let's explore the role of medications in managing hypertension. For many people with hypertension, lifestyle changes alone may not be enough, and that's where medication steps in. There are different types of medications to lower your blood pressure, each with its own melody. From ACE inhibitors to beta blockers, calcium channel blockers to diuretics, these medications work in various ways to relax your blood vessels, reduce fluid buildup, and slow the heart rate. But like any symphony, finding the right combination and dosage may take time and fine-tuning. It's important to work closely with your healthcare provider to find a medication regimen that works best for you. And a caution, don't stop taking your blood pressure medications without consulting your doctor. Reach out to Sonotech Medical Center on 0242 439 467.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, together with the stakeholders, present the third Made in Ghana Bazaar under the theme Promoting Made in Ghana Goods and Services for Economic Prosperity. The exhibitors include Ghanaian businesses, startups, and foreign companies in Ghana undertaking value addition and embassies in Ghana.
Venue, Accra International Conference Center, 23rd to 25th May 2024, 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. each day.
The bazaar is to promote Made in Ghana products using the network of Ghana's embassies abroad and foreign embassies in Ghana. There will be live performances of authentic Ghanaian music, playground for children, traditional games, and sale of your favorite Ghanaian dishes by local vendors. Attendance is free.
Sponsors: National Petroleum Authority,
XCMG Ghana,
Ghana Exim Bank,
GCB Bank PLC,
Ghana Gas,
Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority,
Ghana Tourism Authority,
Ghana Export Promotion Authority,
XP Agency,
Ghana Free Zones Authority,
Ghana Standards Authority,
Ghana Shippers Authority, media partner GBC,
and the Multimedia Group.
Registration is ongoing for exhibitors at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
Call 0538 062 264 or
0209 249 932 for further details. The third Made in Ghana Bazaar.
Let me tell you about My King. Always looking out for the family and making sure we have the protection we need. Mine has been caring for our family from generation to generation. Let me tell you, mine makes sure I smile always. Mine makes sure we save money.
Abba, these women are at it again. Is it your husband you are speaking so highly of?
Oh no, we are talking about the new Pepsodent 200 grams.
It's the Pepsodent Kokroko promo. This is the Pepsodent 175 grams you have always loved. Now with an additional 25 grams free for cavity protection and 10 times stronger teeth for your entire family. Grab yours now. This advert is FDA approved.
The Ghana Chamber of Mines with Events and Projects International and DMG of South Africa present the West African Mining and Power Conference and Exhibition WAMPOC WAMPEX from 5th to the 7th of June 2024 at the Grand Arena and the Accra International Conference Center. The theme for our 17th edition is the Mining and Power Hub, driving sustainability investment opportunities in West Africa. Join us to network with over 100 exhibitors and 2,500 attendees on a variety of innovative mining and power solutions from around the world. Headline sponsor Mark Partners Group. Main sponsors Newmont, Anglo Gold Ashanti, B5 Plus, Cummings. Financial partners Stanbic. Other sponsors include Rand Refinery, FL Smith, Atlantic Lithium, Protea Coin Ghana, and Bank Hospital. To register, sponsor, and advertise, visit wampoc.org or check out our social media platforms. #WAMPOC WAMPEX24.
EMY Africa presents the EMY Africa Expo 2024 from the 14th to the 16th of June at the Accra International Conference Center. An exciting 3-day premium expo showcasing businesses, products, and services together with integrated consumer experiences and entertainment options. Prepare to encounter a weekend-long extravaganza that caters to every desire and necessity of the modern person, from sports to food, beverages to travel, automobiles to arts and culture, health to fashion, and everything in between. Booths are available for prospect vendors to showcase and sell their products and services. Take advantage of the ample opportunities for networking and business expansion. Visit emyafrica.com to register and secure your booth now. Call 020-201-8870. Email sales@emyafrica.com. The EMY Africa Expo, a premium marketplace.
This July, join the Singapore STEM Camp, open to all students from 10 to 18 years. Students will partake in STEM activities on artificial intelligence and robotics, and partake in fun activities such as the Disney Universal Studios, Singapore Zoo, and many more. Total cost is $4,000 all inclusive. Parents and schools can sign up the awards and students at www.ghanaolympiadacademy.com or call or WhatsApp 020-185-6818 for more details. Join us this July for the Singapore STEM Camp.
Hello, Ghana. Are you tired of the same old political rhetoric? Do you believe it is time for a change that truly represents the voices of our youth, women, and children? I present to you Nana Kwame Bediako. He is a visionary leader with a passion for making our country better through innovative industrial revolution. Together, we can change the political narrative and create a government that truly represents the interest of all citizens. Join this journey to build a better and inclusive future for all by contributing to our Save Ghana Fund campaign. Your support, no matter the amount, is not just a donation. It is an investment in the shared desire for a more prosperous, equitable, and better nation. To donate, visit www.nkb.com.gh or dial *887 *2024 #. Thank you for your support.
Hey, welcome back to work.
Charlie, thanks, bro. Thanks, bro.
Malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Hey, fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and fufu?
How we go do it?
I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Oh, yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Sharp. Anyway, sorry to ruin your excitement, but your boss asked of you.
Okay.
She says she has plenty work for you.
No problem, Charlie. Strength day.
You see,
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing Artemether and Lumefantrine. Comes in tablet and suspension for the effective treatment of malaria in adults and children. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor. Malatu is manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. On Joy 99.7 FM.
Yeah, it's 9:08. You're welcome back to the Super Morning Show, and thanks to all of you who have tuned in from wherever you are in the world. If you're on our X-Space conversation, make sure you comment and share our link so that we can capture what you're thinking and share it with the world. Today on the Super Morning Show, we've heard a documentary produced by Jivenu of the Joy News team, and the focus here is on mental health. Something we really ought to focus on a lot more than we do, admittedly. This time around, this documentary really captures the generality of the issues in this sector, and it is heartbreaking to see how we have neglected this important aspect of our lives. Today we're going to try and figure out what we need to do about it. Professor Pinamanapo is here. Of course, she's the chief executive of the Mental Health Authority. She's been a friend of the show since she was at the Accra Psychiatric Hospital. Prof, it's always great to have you. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me this morning.
It's our pleasure. We will later be joined by Dr. Titus Bayo, who has written extensively about Ghana's, shall we call it, attempts to provide mental health care. He'll be joining us later as well. But let's get started. Just before you hear from our guests, let me remind you that the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel, Jirapa, Dubai, still awaits you. Winston is not the only one in the queue. You can also go and experience an unforgettable safari experience, amazing array of wildlife. So that's lions, hippopotamus, zebras, ostriches, and many others. Okay, you can either go in their game tour vehicle, which is very spacious and secure, or you can go with a quad bike like I did. Fantastic experience. There are water sports, that's jet skiing, boat and canoe rides, and so forth. And if you take your family, there are lots of games to keep them excited all day. Great tourist attractions across the Upper West region are also available to you just because you're a guest at Jirapa, Dubai. So that means you get to see the Mushroom Rock, the Slave Caves, and many others. Escape from the south, escape to the north, escape to Royal Cozy Hills Hotel, Jirapa, Dubai for an unforgettable safari experience. Call 050-169-4280 for reservations or if you want to know more.
And the fourth industrial revolution is here, but what does this mean for Ghana and Africa? Join global and local leaders to address the impact of technology at the first ever Industry Engagement Forum 2024 by Industry Immersion Africa in collaboration with the MasterCard Foundation Ghana and the Ministry of Education through the National Service Scheme. Be part of this groundbreaking immersive experience. The two-day event will serve as a pivotal platform fostering dialogue and collaboration in a bid to bridge the industry-academia gap, empower STEM graduates across Africa and combat youth unemployment. Theme: industry driving AI and the fourth industrial revolution in Africa, collaborative pathways for digital transformation in Ghana. Date: Wednesday 22nd May and Thursday 23rd May 2024. Time: 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. each day at the UPSC Auditorium. Visit their website iiafrica.org for more information and to register media partners Joy FM, Joy News, and myjoyonline.com.
Now, I think it's established when it comes to putting up theatrical, dramatic spectacles. Nobody does it better than George Quay's Image Bureau. And they are back with April Communications and the National Theatre to bring us another theatrical adventure. Now, we all remember the record 13 runs of Ola Rotimi's The Gods Are Not to Blame. People are still talking about it. Well, this June, dive deep into the heart of Ghanaian theatre as Na Ashoko makes her directorial debut with The Legend of Akushika. It's in honor of the writer, Professor Martin Owusu. You can book a seat now for a mind-blowing dramatic experience with some of the finest talents in the business. So that's Mauli Semevo, Edina Matachi, Elvis Crystal, Anoda Samwabedu, and for the first time on stage, Adoma. So come along, let's celebrate the legendary professor on Saturday the 1st, Sunday the 2nd, Saturday the 8th, and Sunday the 9th of June, 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day at the National Theatre. Tickets are selling fast. It's only 200 Ghana cedis. You can get them from imagebureaugh.com or by dialing star 714 star 11 star 21 hash. The Legend of Akushika, supported by the Ghana Tourism Authority, Plans Car Rentals, MGL Logistics, Joy FM, Hits FM, Joy Prime, Daily Guide, Graphics Communications Group, and proudly brought to you by Stanbic Bank and the National Lottery Authority. The Legend of Akushika. Theatre does not get better than this.
You know, when I hear the first time on stage, Adoma, just my naughty self saying, but is it a singer, Adoma?
Yes.
She's been on stage several times, but on the theatre stage.
That's what they mean, yes.
I know,
the
I know
first
that's
time
what they
treading
mean.
the balls.
I know. But I was just telling myself. Something small. Anyway, imagine enjoying the urban pulse of Joburg, the scenic beauty of Cape Town, and the majestic mountains of Lesotho, and all the thrilling sunset in Sun City. Well, imagine no more, because Adansi Travels and Joy FM invite you to join Lexisville and the Drive team as they explore South Africa this June. Exciting packages to choose from. Joburg 5th to 10th June starting at $1,390 per person. Joburg and Cape Town 6th to the 13th of June at promo rate of $1,790 per person. Joburg and Sun City 4th to 11th June at $1,690 per person. Or Joburg and Lesotho 4th to the 11th of June at $1,750 per person. And to crown it all, you have an opportunity to attend the Legends and Legacy Ball on the 8th of June at Sandton Convention Center in Joburg, with a special performance by the iconic Yvonne Chaka Chaka and many other renowned artists, Don't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Seats are filling fast. Call Adansi Travels now on 053 100 8550 or 0595 500 817 or visit adansitravels.com to secure your spot. Fuel life's beauty with Adansi Travels and Joy FM in South Africa.
All right, it's 9:15. Let's get into it. Our guest this morning, Professor Philomena Poe, who we've already said hello to. We're also joined by Professor Titus Bayo. He's Associate Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the University of Ghana, but he's also written extensively about the provision of mental health care here in Ghana. And I'm sure you remember Prof. Titus Bayo also from the Ghana Medical Association. Prof, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kojo. Good morning to Dr. Pinaman and then the rest of the crew.
Prof. Pinaman, let's get it right.
Yeah, Prof. Pinaman, yes.
Yes. Wonderful. It's great to have you, Prof. Bayo. Okay, let's get started. And Prof. Pinaman, I mean, after listening to this documentary, what are the biggest impressions that it's made on you?
Well, thank you again for having me this morning, and let me say good morning to your listeners. I listened to the documentary, and my first impression was, well, this is a good one, because I think it captures most of the issues in mental health. It just cut across all the issues, and I thought it was a good one. Well, I have to say that mental health, should I say, have not received the attention that it's supposed to. And it's always great to have people shine the light on mental health so that we can discuss some of these issues. So it was a good one for the authority.
Okay. I mean, I think we all gasped in shock when we heard that, about half of those who are actually tasked with looking after our mental health didn't know about things as ordinarily commonplace as postpartum depression. Is there a real capacity issue when it comes to the delivery of mental health care?
Unfortunately, there is. I should say that maybe it stems from our training. When you take the doctors, for instance, when it comes to mental health, it's looked at as a specialist area. So when we are in medical school, we just have a rotation of, I think, 2 weeks through psychiatry, and during that time I can tell you that it's like a holiday, sort of. You understand? So you don't really get to grasp psychiatry per se. So it's after your training and you get more into psychiatry, that's when you tend to appreciate mental health proper. And one of the things that we put in place to be able to attract people into mental health and for them to get to know about mental health, again, when you take the doctors, was to establish the third rotation in-house job. It opened way for the doctors to come in into mental health to do their rotations, and therefore they got more exposed to psychiatry or mental health, should I say. And then they stayed and specialized in psychiatry, and that's how come now we have quite a number of psychiatrists in place. So yes, there is that gap, and we have to take steps to fill that gap, should I say.
We'll talk a bit more about that. Also, we'll talk about access, which is very important. But I want to bring in Prof. Bayo. Prof, now you have written extensively about Ghana's, let's call it, attempts to provide mental health care. Having listened to this documentary, seriously, where are we going wrong? Oh, it seems we've been disconnected from Prof. Bayo. We will reconnect. But look, same question. You've been running the Mental Health Authority. Yeah, what are we doing wrong? Why haven't we managed to pin down the delivery of mental health care?
I think that one of the biggest issues in mental health has been the lack of awareness of mental health. Quite recently, we were working on or the authority was working on its strategic plan, which would cover 2023 to 2026, and we did a little survey, and really most people told us that we still don't know about mental health, and we want more education on it. And I think it's one of the biggest issues that we have to look at, and that's why Mental Health Authority took the bold step to declare May as the Purple Month, so that we can create awareness. We want people to come to the understanding that mental health is not just or mental illness is not just an event that happens, but mental health is part of us. It's part of our everyday lives. And the earlier we set up and start tackling it, the better. And we should come to the point whereby we stop thinking that mental illness is for just a certain group of people and some of us are immune to it. No. We are not immune to it. It can be me today, it can be you tomorrow. And so there's a need for us to take a look at it.
All right. There's something I want to ask you about what you've explained, but I want to bring in Prof. Bayo because I think we've reconnected with him. Prof, did you hear the question, or shall I go over it one more time?
Please go over it for me.
Certainly. So we're just wondering, what is Ghana doing wrong? Why have we failed to pin down the correct way of delivering mental health care to the population?
Okay, I think I would agree with the submissions made by Prof. Pinaman that there is a capacity problem and it's also not prioritized. In the health sector, right from the training of healthcare workers through to allocation of resources, it's been a battle. And there's a competition for resources in different areas. And it looks like mental health often gets the least. Until recently, in the training of doctors, you wouldn't get a lot of people having enough exposure. And when you were even looking for people to specialize, very few will opt for mental health, that's psychiatry. And if you go into our hospital setup, if there's a mental health corner, you will see it in some obscure place, and that's it. So we haven't really prioritized it. And the focus of our healthcare for a long time has been the infectious diseases. But our disease burden is shifting, where non-communicable diseases, including mental health, is gaining a lot of prominence. So it is high time we reprioritize. I mean, I was fortunate to be one of the first 2 doctors who opted to do a house job in psychiatry. And I think that's when I met Prof. Pinaman, who was then already a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And the exposure I had in the 6-month period, I fell in love with mental health. And even as an obstetrician now, I still focus a lot on the aspect of mental health that applies to women's health.
Very important. Thanks for that. Now, Prof. Bayo has written an abstract about postpartum depression, of course, because he's a professor of obstetrics and gynecology. And shockingly, 147 women were screened, and he discovered that 50.3% of them, had presented with postpartum depression. We'll be learning more about that in a moment because it's an important part of this documentary. But Prof, you made the point earlier that look, it's a lack of awareness of the understanding of how important this is. But I would suggest that those who run healthcare in Ghana are healthcare professionals. Are they also not aware that mental health is important?
Well, I think that they may be aware, but like Titus said, I think it's a lack of prioritizing it. And again, that's why now the authority is pushing for the integration of mental health into all the disciplines. That's because we keep making the point, or studies have shown that most of the time mental health conditions coexist with physical health conditions, right? And then when we take care of the mental health needs of the individual, then the physical health conditions outcome is actually improved. And so we're trying to let those in authority know that, look, you cannot just, let's say, look at HIV and that's it. The person with HIV has mental health issues that, when the mental health issues are treated, will make his or her HIV treatment outcome better. So we are trying to push for them to have a better understanding so that they can put the policies right, should I say.
So let me ask you this. Last year in November, when the budget was read, we were told that mental health care is going to be put on the National Health Insurance Scheme. Has that happened?
Not yet. We had a conversation, or we've been working on it for quite a while now, and the CEO of the NHI, the then I think Honorable Okoboy was then the CEO of the NHI, and he mentioned that by April it will be operationalized. Unfortunately, that's when the reshuffling came through. So we are still working on it, and we are hoping that latest by the end of June we should be able to operationalize it. Now he is in the Ministry of Health. He's the representative, the President's representative for Ministry of Health, and we are hoping that through him we'll be able to push so that we get it done and operationalized by June.
I mean, Doc, is that the explanation that you are being given? Because, I mean, at this point, I think we all know that if a system works, it doesn't matter who is in charge, the system should work. So if a minister is changed or an NHIA boss is changed and a process has been set in motion with an April deadline, it ought to still happen by the deadline. So are they explaining to you that it is just because they changed bosses that the deadline didn't, get met?
Well, I totally agree with you that it shouldn't depend on the change of the minister, but what it is that we are not even just actually working with the minister, the CEO, we are working with the directors of NHI, and there were certain issues that we needed to work on. So we are still working on it and hopefully get all those sorted out and then get it operationalized.
Can you sum it up? What exactly is holding it up?
Well, they have these things that they call the actuarial processes that they need to go through to determine whatever, and the costs and all that. They have their own language that they speak. And we've gone through all that processes. But because of the cost, when we went forward and made our case, we took certain aspects of the care out. So for instance, we didn't add inpatient care because it was going to bloat the figures. But the directors there thought, look, when someone comes in initially, then the person needs an emergency care. So for the first few days, NHIA should be able to cover those costs. So we are working on that to include it, and that's what delayed the process. So we are on course. Hopefully we will get it done.
So has a new deadline been given?
Well, we are hoping that by the end of June we should operationalize it.
Is that what the NHIA is saying, or?
That's what I'm hoping.
Okay. They haven't communicated any deadline?
Not yet.
Right. Okay. Now, running the Mental Health Authority can't be easy. We all understand the lack of resources. In fact, that's how you and I met for the first time, when I was doing a story about the absolute lack of resources in mental health. And I was as shocked then, as I am today, to discover that we still haven't figured out how to fund mental health. But how do you manage without? So today, those who are in our psychiatric institutions, those who are visiting with mental health issues, how are we taking care of them?
Kujo, it's been a struggle for the authority and its facilities. maybe let me explain why I'm in black. I just came from a 1 week service or funeral service for a colleague from the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, FCDO. They are the main funders of the Mental Health Authority, and because of them, the authority has been able to do most of what we are doing now, and WHO also gives its support. We do get some monies from the ministry, of course, from Ministry of Finance through the Ministry of Health, but of course it's not enough. It goes into to the facilities for the running of the facilities. Again, it's not enough. So if you've been to the facilities recently, you will realize that they have had to put some charges on the care for clients to pay to be able to access the care. This is quite worrying, because then we are putting the care out of reach of some people, which shouldn't happen. And so we definitely need to find a way of funding mental health. But let me mention that if you remember, the Act established a mental health fund. It's not been operationalized, should I say, because we've not had a source of funding for the levy that should be determined. And again, we keep, should I say, advocating, lobbying that a levy should be found to be able to operationalize this fund, because it will go a long way to help fund the care of mental health, especially not just the facilities, but even the communities.
Yeah. All right, listen, if you just joined us, we're talking to Professor Pina Manapo. She's the Chief Executive of the Mental Health Authority. Professor Titus Bayo is on the phone. He, of course, is an Associate Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the University of Ghana. He's written extensively, particularly about postpartum depression and its prevalence here in Ghana. When we come back, we'll focus a little bit on postpartum, because I think there's a need for some education. Okay, so Prof. Bayo will tell us what he found in his study, and Prof. Pinamanapo will give us some advice on whether or not there are things to look out for, either as a mother or the partner of a new mother, to ensure that we can keep our mothers a bit more safe from postpartum depression and its effect. We'll do that when we come back from these messages.
What do you know about oral cancer? Today on Time with the Dentist, we're going to learn about oral cancer and what we can do to prevent it or catch it early. I'm Dr. Gwendolyn Amakwe Baiche, and this program is brought to you by Pepsodent in association with Ghana Dental Association. Oral cancer can present as a growth or sore in the mouth that does not go away. It can affect any part of the mouth, be it the surface of the tongue, the lips, gums, the inner aspect of the cheeks, or the roof of the mouth, also called the palate. It is one of the major causes of death from oral diseases. And anyone can get oral cancer, but there are some factors that make some people more likely than others to get it. And these include all forms of tobacco use, be it smoking or chewing, overconsumption of alcohol, poor diet, persistent infection with the human papilloma virus. Treatment is possible, giving a higher chance of survival. There's surgery, radiation therapy, and chemotherapy, and these are all treatment modalities available. However, treatment will depend on the stage of the cancer at the time of diagnosis, and this is one of the reasons why we encourage regular visits to the dentist. The dentist plays a very important role in the early detection of oral cancers through thorough examination of all the tissues in and around the mouth, the hard and the soft tissues. Once the dentist notices anything suspicious, further investigations will be done to confirm and appropriate referral if need be. Oral cancer is cancer that occurs in and around the mouth. It can start as a swelling or sore in the mouth that does not go away after a long period of time. The palate is the roof of the mouth. The hard palate is the front aspect, and behind it is the soft palate. If oral cancer is diagnosed early, a complete cure is often possible, so don't wait until it's too late. Remember to brush day and night with a fluoride toothpaste like Pepsodent, and take charge of your oral health today. This campaign is proudly brought to you by Pepsodent in partnership with Ghana Dental Association.
There is time for everything, including exclusive breastfeeding by mothers, which starts within the first 30 minutes baby is born till the time the child is 6 months old. Grandma,
Grandpa,
husbands,
let's all come on board Good Life and insist that our child takes only breast milk for the first 6 months. No food, no water, no gripe water.
breast milk has all the nutrients the child needs to grow strong and healthy. So I ask, how is your good life?
Remember that exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months is best for baby, and good growth starts with right nutrition at birth. Good Life, live it well. It's an everyday thing. Good Life from Ghana Health Service and partners with support from USAID.
Here's lights, camera, music. The stage is set, the stars are ready, and Ghana's biggest night is here! The 25th Telisol Ghana Music Awards Night happening live on Saturday, 1st June at the Grand Arena from 7 p.m. Be part of the extravaganza of rhythm, sheer talent, and high fashion, plus all the drama of who wins what. 170 nominees, 30 awards, plus 18 superstars, all performing live. You can't miss this. Book your tickets now, starting for 500 Ghana cedis on star 713 star 33 star 25 hash, or call our hotline on 0501 288520. The 25th Telisol Ghana Music Awards, powered by Chatterhouse, supported by Guinness, Captain Morgan, Close Up, British Council, TV3, Joy FM, and sponsored by Telecel, connecting energies.
It's a summer celebration. Our music is.
Introducing Lily Sunflower Oil, enriched with vitamin A and available in convenient sizes. Go to the nearest supermarket or neighborhood shop today to buy your half liter, 1 liter, 1.8 liter, 3 liter, and 5 liters of Lily Sunflower Oil. Lily Sunflower Oil, the chef's choice. Lily, tasty food, happy family.
This advert is FDA approved.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
Coffee in your cup.
and our conversation continues. It's all about mental health, and it's in the wake of the brand new Hotline documentary, When the Mind Is Not, produced by Jivenu. And of course, it's already making waves. Our guests to help us understand what it all means. Professor Pinamanapo is Chief Executive of the Mental Health Authority. Professor Titus Bayo is Associate Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology at University of Ghana. He's written extensively about particularly postpartum depression. All right, let's focus on postpartum for a moment, because I think for me it was one of the big revelations from this documentary. First of all, the lack of capacity amongst mental health professionals to deal with it, but also the prevalence. Just the prevalence of it as a condition amongst mothers. Prof. Bayo, so over half of the mothers you surveyed in your work presented with postpartum. Are we even aware as a nation that half of the mothers who deliver children in this country develop mental illness because of it? Is Prof. Bayo on the line? Prof, can you hear us? Okay, let's give Prof. Bayo a minute and reconnect to him so we can hear him on that. But I guess same question. I mean, you've already talked about the lack of capacity, Prof. Apo. Beyond the lack of capacity, though, it appears that we don't even know how serious the problem is. To say that half of the women who deliver children in this country will develop mental illness because of it, that is phenomenal, is it not?
It is, and like you rightly said, it's that common, and yet we fail to see that it is common. And like I'm sure Titus would be the person to deal with it, but maternal mental health actually deals basically with psychological well-being of the woman during pregnancy, during childbirth, and up to about a year after childbirth, right? And all these, the process has its own challenges, okay? And I think what we fail to realize is that pregnancy is not just a biological event. It is an adaptive process, and that process comes with its own challenges. So let's take a look. For instance, pregnancy. A woman gets pregnant. Even how she reacts to it or the partner reacts to it can lead to some psychological challenges, right? So a woman gets pregnant, the father or the partner says, "Are you sure it's mine?" That is traumatic enough for to get this lady into some form of psychological trauma, isn't it? And let me give you an example. One day I was in my office when a colleague of mine came into my office, and she looked all sad and all that. I was like, "What's going on?" And she goes like, "I think I'm pregnant." And I'm like, "Okay, I don't want to be pregnant." I'm like, "Have you even checked?" He said, "No, I'm just, and this lady was stressed because of the pregnancy. She's not even tested to see if she is really pregnant or not. Both she and the husband are stressing over it. So some of these things can actually cause psychological trauma, should I say. And then let's go further. During pregnancy, there's a strain on relationship between the woman and the partner, because all focus is now on the pregnancy, isn't it? And the relationship may be strained. The woman goes through changes, their body changes. Some women are blessed. They look more beautiful during pregnancy, they are blessed, but others do have some body changes that really is traumatic for them. And
opposite of establish.
And unfortunately, some medical conditions come up during pregnancy. So you realize that their sugars go up, their BPs go up. All these can contribute to psychological complications. So this can tip the woman into some anxiety disorders, can tip the woman into depression, and sometimes psychosis in that. When you take childbirth, even though childbirth is brief, it can be very traumatic. I was listening to the documentary, and I think one lady mentioned getting an episiotomy during that. And that alone tipped her into depression. So childbirth can also be very traumatic. When it gets to after delivery, the first few weeks and so on, you're looking at someone who is physically exhausted from birth and even taking care of the baby, pains from the childbirth, from trauma during delivery and all that. You're looking at establishing breastfeeding. It's not easy. I can tell you, Kojo, I couldn't breastfeed my baby. Why? Because I couldn't even get it right. And that is traumatic in itself. There's this sleep deprivation. You are always on the lookout, doing something for the baby, and all these things can tip the woman into depression, into anxiety, and all that. And so after delivery, between the 3rd and the 5th day, you realize that this woman becomes a bit sensitive, or should I say more sensitive, and becomes quite weepy, and so what we call the maternal blues. That maternal blues is so common that people, I think, now take it to be normal, even though it's not normal, because it actually a pointer to the fact that this woman can develop severe depression or anxiety disorders in the wake and all that.
Prof. Bayo, I think we have Prof. Bayo back on the line.
Yes, you do.
Wonderful. So, Prof, look, the statistic is scary. More than half of women who give birth will develop a mental illness that could be harmful to their children.
So in the specific abstract you are referring to, we were looking at women who have had children with a challenge, and the children have been admitted to NICU. And it is one of the most stressful times for them. If you have a preterm delivery, the baby has to be in NICU, or the child is ill in the first month of life and has to be admitted to neonatal intensive care, it can be so stressful. And within that group, when we assessed, more than half of these women were depressed. And unfortunately, the system doesn't support them much. But to go back a bit, I would agree with Prof. Pinaman that in women's health, the stress are a lot. Just take from preconception before the woman gets pregnant. In our society, if you marry 6 months, no pregnancy, 1 year, no pregnancy, your in-laws are asking questions. Your pastors are prophesying what is happening. Your counselors are worried. And all that gives a lot of pressure. It's even worse when you are diagnosed with infertility. Those going assisted reproductive management therapy, like IVF, the level of depression, anxiety in this group is enormous. The money involved is not easy. The chances of a successful outcome is not that straightforward. And to make things worse, there are ethical dilemmas you have to deal with. Maybe you need a donor egg or a donor sperm, or the probability of carrying a child that genetically isn't related to you or your husband. All this puts enormous stress on the woman. And when they get pregnant, complications of the pregnancy, which Professor Nama has mentioned, so I won't go into that, like diabetes, sickle cell, hypertension. And then for the baby, if you have a baby that was an abnormality, everybody is expecting to deliver a normal baby. If you are told that your child is ill while in there, the rest of the pregnancy is trouble for you. When you eventually deliver and then baby comes and has a challenge, like this study that we did, and look at the women whose babies were admitted to NICU, we just wanted to highlight the point that these women have a special need, and the incidence of postpartum depression among them is so high that the system must watch out. Unfortunately, there are triggers that include healthcare workers, where you can get unsavory comments from healthcare workers. And one woman said, a nurse said, your baby is too tiny. If the healthcare worker who is trained to take care of tiny babies will tell you this, a lay person,
Wow.
How would you feel? And sometimes we are not mindful of what is going through the mind of these women. There is no psychological support immediately for them. In proper setting, with this kind of statistics coming up, not going to who starts being admitted to the neonatal intensive care should be screened for a mental disorder, and the cause of it is a high index of toxicity. Yeah. And some of the signs which Paul has mentioned, when the woman suddenly becomes moody, when they are in tears, instead of bonding with the child nicely, they don't want to breastfeed the child. I had a woman who delivered triplets, and this woman was expecting a male child. Among them, all 3 came and they were female. When you call her to breastfeed, she just chuckles and turns away.
Wow.
Right from there, you have to get help for that woman. The husband came and was told that the woman had delivered triplets. They were all girls. The man left and never appeared again.
Jeez.
So you can imagine what this woman is going through. So it isn't surprising. We found out, for instance, in that particular work that women who were single, women who didn't have support of their partners, women who were of low financial standing in society, but you're thinking about all the bills and all of that.
Yeah.
And women who stayed longer in Niku were more likely to be depressed compared to those who had a loving partner supporting, who were capable of providing and buying all the medications, who had the money and all of that. So I think we need to look at these points and make an early diagnosis. Or if they
You know what, Prof, I think the more I hear from the two of you, the more I realize this has to be a part one of this conversation. There's a lot more that we need to learn. It is our responsibility to provide the awareness needed for people to prioritize mental health. And so I will kindly ask that the two of you make some time, and we'll come back to this conversation in the very, very near future. As soon as possible, we'll sync our calendars and do this again. Thank you so much. Until then, let's be grateful to Professor Pinaman Apo. She, of course, is Chief Executive of the Mental Health Authority, and Professor Titus Bayo, who is Associate Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology at University of Ghana. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Okay then, a few messages, and then we'll be back after these.
Electroland Ghana Limited is giving its May Day promotion in all its shops and authorized dealers across Ghana. Grab a Samsung Full HD 32-inch LED TV for just 2,349 Ghana cedis. Get our discounted media tabletop fridge at 1,999 cedis. Buy a TCL UHD 4K Smart Android 55-inch LED TV at 6,299 Ghana cedis. And get a free NASCO 5-burner cooker. Mayday promotion near good. Get a NASCO 90 liters top freezer at 1,699 Ghana cedis. And if you're looking for top quality dishwashers, gas hobs, chimney knots, and electric hobs, Electrolux got you with exciting discounts as well. Rush now. Terms and conditions apply. For further information, call 050-315-9739. Electroland Ghana Limited, home of luxury and affordable appliances.
December is just around the corner and our nation stands at a crossroads. Will we continue down the same path or will we forge a new one together? The choice is ours, but we need every voice to be heard. That is why the New Force is investing time and resources to educate and encourage everyone about the voters ID card registration. To all of you out there unsure if your vote matters, your voice matters. Your vote is your power and your opportunity to shape the future of our motherland. Don't let others decide for you. Don't stay silent. Get up, get out there, and get your voter's ID card today. Make sure you are ready to make a difference when the time comes. Don't delay. Act now. From the 7th to the 27th of May, and on the 30th of May, you can replace all missing ID cards. Every vote counts. Your vote, your destiny. A message from Nana Kwame Bediako and the New Force.
Usually, we get special treatment only on our birthday. But imagine getting a special package every single day. That's what AT's Daily Deals gives you. You get unique voice and data deals exclusive to you. What's even better is it's affordable, reliable, and available. Start experiencing AT's daily deals. Dial *533# today and every single day. When you do, you'll unlock exclusive data and voice packages valid for 24 hours. Come on, people, jump on the AT Daily Deals train. When you're with dealer now. Dial *533# now and access awesome data and voice deals only from AT. Life is simple.
Limited voters registration exercise 2024. Limited voters registration exercise 2024.
The Electoral Commission is making preparations for a limited voters registration exercise from Tuesday 7th May to Monday 27th May 2024 to enable citizens who have turned 18 years or persons who could not register in the previous registration exercise to visit their district offices of the Commission, selected electoral areas and public universities to register to vote in the upcoming presidential and parliamentary elections on December 7th, 2024. For inclusion in Ghana's voters register, you need to present your Ghana card or a valid passport and residential digital address. However, applicants who do not have any of the aforementioned documents are required to bring 2 people who are already registered voters to guarantee their registration. Replacement of lost voter ID cards, application for transfer of votes, and application for proxy voting will start from Thursday 30th May and end on Friday 14 June 2024. Please be informed that it is a criminal offense for a guarantor to guarantee for more than 10 people during the registration period. Persons who violate this will be prosecuted. The voters' registration exercise is part of efforts to ensure free, fair, credible, transparent and peaceful elections in Ghana. Register to vote. Your vote is your future.
Register to vote. Your vote is your future.
From the producers of The Gods Are Not to Blame comes another theatrical marvel.
A deformity is a deformity.
In honor of Professor Martin Owusu, dive deep into the heart of Ghanaian theater as Image Bureau, in partnership with April Communications and the National Theater, presents The Legend of Akusika.
That orphan who killed her mother and destroyed her own father.
Live at the National Theater on June 1st, 2nd, 8th, and 9th at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day. Tickets selling now at imagebureaugh.com or dial *714*11*21#. The Legend of Akusika, supported by the Ghana Tourism Authority, Knee Plans Car Rentals, MGL Logistics, IPMC, YFM, and proudly brought to you by Joy Prime and the National Lottery Authority. The Legend of Akusika.
Great tune there, Kulosa instrumental. You're welcome back. It's the Super Morning Show. Now, just before we wrap things up, let me remind you, and I do this with such pride, that Joy News is behind the most impactful award scheme in Ghana today, the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2024. This is something that if you have a brand that you need to maintain its credibility, then you need to associate yourself with the Impact Makers Awards. Get on board. Many other brands have done so, including McDan Foundation, DBS Industries Limited, Your Roof Experts, Gold Key Properties, building prestige since 1997, First National Bank, how can we help you? And of course, I've already mentioned McDan Foundation, building a better community. Now, look, this is a scheme that awards those who, with no compulsion, without anybody forcing them, step up to solve problems in their communities, make a difference in their communities. People like that are always unsung, but not while Joy News is having anything to do with it. We will certainly ensure that their praises are sung from the rooftops and they are awarded as they should be. And this scheme is just a wonderful contribution from Joy News back to the society. So please get involved with it. We'll be telling you very soon when the dates will be announced.
And say goodbye to memorizing 1,001 short codes. Experience a complete one-click access to all MTN services with my MTN app. You can now check your airtime data and Momo balance, buy bundles with airtime or from your Momo wallet, monitor your data usage and calls made, access your MTN Momo account, and so much more. All with my MTN app. Download my MTN app from the App Store or Google Play Store today and experience a super convenient way to do things you love on your favorite network, MTN. So, what are we doing today?
All right. Well, listen, one of the things we should be doing today is going to kingdomstoreonline.com to get the very best stationery, office essentials, equipment, and furniture from Kingdom Books and Stationery. You can pay via Momo across all networks, and you get free delivery if you're in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. Now, listen, it's 10 o'clock. We're so glad you could join us. My name is Kojo Youngson. I'm the morning man on behalf of the team. Have a good one. We're back tomorrow.
Coming up, enjoy headline news at 10.